Well, good morning, everybody. I'm gonna get started. I'm Kirk Pomper, and I'm the dean of the College of Agriculture, but I'm also a professor of horticulture and been a pawpaw researcher for about 23 years, I guess now. So time is flying by, and so I've had a lot of interesting experiences with pawpaw. Can you hear me out there pretty well? Great. So today we're going to be covering a number of different topics. But first of all, this is National Pawpaw Day, so it's actually that across the nation. It's officially National Pawpaw Day, so I hope you'll have a chance to celebrate that. If you're on social media, you can also come on to the Kentucky State University Facebook page and other things if you want to leave comments about your experiences with pawpaws and just kind of the things that are out there that you'd like to talk about with pawpaw. And just a few announcements first, and we're going to be covering a number of different topics this fall yet. We actually have a beef cattle fourth Wednesday event that you can attend. That's actually a tour at the Eden Shale Farm. That's September 22nd, if you're interested in that beef cattle workshop. And we have our third Thursday thing in October is going to be goats, and you probably saw quite a few goats here at the KSU farm. We're here at the Harold R. Benson Research and Demonstration Farm today. A little foggy out there, but the makings of a beautiful day. And so you probably saw some of the goats as you drove in. If not, during lunch you can look over and see some of the goat herds that are over here. And then we also have a Kentucky Women in Ag annual conference. That's going to be October 18th to the 20th. So you can contact Shelley Spiegel about that if you're interested in attending. And also it's our annual Kentucky State Small Limited Resource and Minority Farmers Conference, and that's going to be November 16th to 18th. And that's a major event each year. So I hope you'll be able to participate. Once again, we're trying to do kind of these live aspects and online, and I do want to welcome all our folks out there on the internet today too. And also, as we ask questions today, if you'll wait for someone to bring you the microphone, that way the internet audience can also hear your question, and I'll answer your question. So as we get to that period of the talks. But yeah, the Small Farmer Conference will be November 16th to the 18th. And as I said, today is National Pawpaw Day, so if you get a chance, go onto our social media website here at Kentucky State University or other pawpaw sites, talk about pawpaw and your experiences. So today, we're finishing up the welcome. I'm going to give you a bit of a research update, and I'm going to really kind of narrow in how many people out there in the audience have already had pawpaw or have some pawpaws. All right, pretty big group. A great majority out there raised their hand, and so I'm going to kind of get into the weeds and actually talk about some kind of specific things that we've been working on. And then Sheri's going to come in next at 10:45 and kind of fill in all those blanks and talk about some other things about pawpaw growing. That's Pawpaw 101. And then we're going to have a presentation from Rob Brannan at 11:15 about nutrient content in pawpaw. And then we're going to have an update from the National Association of Pawpaw Growers. Then we'll have a lunch break, and then we're going to move on and have a value-added products discussion, which should be pretty exciting. We've got a number of people making different pawpaw products right now, and they're going to talk about their experiences with making those products. And then we're going to follow up a little bit with organic pest and disease management with Blake. He's a really knowledgeable person about pawpaw and runs a Peaceful Heritage Nursery producing pawpaws, so he's going to be a great speaker also. And then we'll finish up with a orchard tour with Jeremy Lowe, and it should be a really nice day out there with the fog burning off and still being fairly warm for this time of year to take a pawpaw tour. So that's our day. It should be answer a lot of your questions, and hopefully you'll be even more enthusiastic about pawpaw when you leave, or if you've not tried pawpaw before, it'll give you a chance to really see what it's all about. So first up, I'm going to give you my kind of Pawpaw research update. And I've been working in Pawpaw for many years. I've had a lot of graduate students. I think we've actually had, it's over 15 graduate students I've had that have worked on different Pawpaw projects. And so I just wanted to do a little sampling of some things of what we know about Pawpaw and how to grow it better, and trying to deal with some of the issues that come up with growing any crop like a perennial fruit crop like Pawpaw. And so I'm just going to touch on 4 areas, and I'm barely going to touch on the last one, but I'm going to talk a little bit about our propagation and orchard establishment recommendations, some of our attempts to control black spot on the fruit, some of the pollination biology about how Pawpaws cross and set fruit, and then a little bit about our breeding program. So I'm going to kind of focus on those, and then hopefully that'll create some questions when Sheri talks about in a little more depth in some of the other areas. That'll give you an idea of why we're making those recommendations. Because that's the thing, is what we do is we run experiments out here. We come up with science-based recommendations, and so we do the heavy lifting, right? We make the mistakes, and then we tell you what works. That's the goal of research in this case. And so a little bit about Pawpaw propagation. We've worked in this many years, and so we've got we've done quite a bit of experimentation trying to figure out how to best grow it. A lot of folks out there, you want to start some seedlings at home. You may have some fruit that you get from somewhere, and you've got some seeds. And the big thing about the Pawpaw seed, and it's a big seed, and you'll see that when we're out in the orchards, if you haven't already seen that. And it does require a period of chilling in order to maximize the germination. And so usually that's about 3 months in a refrigerator. And the other thing is, you really shouldn't let that seed dry out, okay? Because if it dries out, it's a very high water content seed, and if it dries out, it's going to reduce its viability. The other mistake some people make is they put it in their freezer instead of the refrigerator, and because it's a high water content seed, it'll just freeze that seed and kill the embryo, and you won't get any of your seeds to germinate. So it's really important if you're trying to get some seedlings at home, and if you're a person in your dwelling is also willing to let you put Pawpaw seeds in their refrigerator, right? Go ahead and take out those seeds, put them in moist peat moss in a Ziploc bag, and put them in your refrigerator for 3 months or till the spring, and then plant them out. We do a lot of greenhouse production and container pot production because we worked with a lot of nurseries in the past. So, fertilizer recommendations. If you're trying to grow organically, there's some good fertilizers like Nature Safe out there that you can use. If you're trying to grow conventionally, you can put a couple of tablespoons of Osmocote in each pot, and then after maybe several weeks after germination, you can also start fertilizing once a week with, say, like Peter's 20-20-20 at 250 parts per million or 500 parts per million, and that'll really help maximize the growth of that seedling, because they really do. They can use a lot of nitrogen. They really can. And you can see in this photograph, these are pretty large, tall pots, and that's a big thing about Pawpaws. When the seed germinates, there's a strong taproot that goes down, and so that taproot really requires a tall pot. And so these are actually called the Tall 1 gallon, and it's from a nursery company. But any taller pot is best to use if you're trying to propagate these because of that strong taproot. Otherwise, you get circling of the roots. So just like our children are not exactly like us, Pawpaws are not true to seed. They've undergone recombination, right, with outcrossing, and so basically, if you plant a seed from a Pawpaw variety, or if you do this with an apple, if you take a seed out of a Red Delicious apple, the apple tree is not going to be like it's not going to produce fruit like the original tree, and so in horticulture, we'd like to be able to reproduce, exactly what that tree was at the beginning. So that's grafting. It's cloning, really is what it is. We've been cloning in horticulture since biblical times, right? Because we're taking a piece of a plant and making a new plant from it. And so we've done this with grapes for years and years and years. We've done it with a lot of plants. Now, unfortunately, with pawpaw, it's a little tougher, but I'll talk to you about the different types of clonal propagation in a minute. But grafting and budding really do work pretty well, and so we spent a lot of time on that. But basically, there's kind of 4 different ways or 5 different ways that you can try and propagate pawpaw, and one is stem cuttings. And I've had a couple of different graduate students do stem cuttings, where they just take a stem, try and put some rooting compound on it, put it into some type of rooting media, and it fails in a spectacular fashion. I think in some of the experiments, it was literally 1 stem rooted out of 2,000 cuttings. So that's pretty bad. That's like a new thesis experiment that's going to be needed to graduate, right? I'm looking at my 2 graduate students right now, if it was that type of failure. But so stem cuttings just do not work to propagate pawpaw clonally. Root cuttings, we've tried root cuttings. If you go out and take some roots from your favorite tree, they will occasionally put out a stem from that root in the pots, but it's pretty inconsistent. And sometimes they have trouble developing fully after that. Some people will actually go out in native stands and kind of partially sever a root system with a shovel, and that does sort of work sometimes, but it's not going to work with a grafted tree because the root system is going to be different from the top. I'll talk about that in a minute. Layering is another common way of kind of putting a bag of medium on a stem to try and get it to root. That doesn't work for pawpaw. And then there's tissue culture, and tissue culture is pretty complicated. It can work to some limited degree with pawpaw, but it's more than the average person or commercial nursery is always willing to do right now. That leaves us with grafting and budding. And so grafting is when you use a bigger piece of the stem in trying to put it onto a rootstock. Budding is just using a bud. And the great thing about trying to use this type of system is, and we kind of talk about this as the cone of juvenility in plant science. A plant is younger the further down you go. Basically, it's less mature, and so if you take mature flowering buds for the top of a tree, you can use that then as to bud onto a rootstock or another plant and let that little bud come out and be the new tree, and it's going to be already mature. So once it gets big enough, it's already going to flower. So the big thing is, with seedling trees, if you plant a seedling, you might wait 5 to 7 years before you get a flower, okay? Because it's got to go through that period of juvenility. If you do the budding technique like this or buy a grafted tree, they may flower 2nd or 3rd year already and get some fruit. So you get fruit a lot faster because of that mature tissue on a grafted or a budded tree. So just a little bit about, this is a graduate student that Matt Behrens, who worked on this. And so what his experiment was, he was looking at certain varieties. Once again, we have varieties of pawpaw, just like we have varieties of apples. And Sheri's going to talk about some of these a little later, about what their attributes are. KSU Atwood, KSU Chappelle, and another advanced selection, High 7-1, which means it's in the Highland Orchard, and it's in row 7, tree 1. And then we tried either using this chip budding or a top grafter, whip and tongue, or a budding technique. And then we tried some green budding too. So you see this in horticulture a lot. There's this kind of inverse T-budding, and it works pretty well with a lot of crops. And so basically you're kind of cutting out a bud, you're doing this little layer, which you'll see in the center diagram, that you open up this kind of area on the stem, and then you'll put that bud in, and you'll wrap it with maybe a bit of rubber band. And so this is done a lot with a lot of crops. But the word has been always that it hasn't worked real well with pawpaw, and so we really wanted to determine whether that's true in an experiment. Chip budding, that's just really when you're taking out a bit of the stem of that rootstock plant that you want to use as your new root system. You'll take that section out, and then you'll cut a matching bud out of the tree you want to propagate, and you'll plop that in, and then you'll use some parafilm or rubber bands. Parafilm's kind of a stretchy substance, which we'll show you a little later. But and use a rubber band to hold the chip in so it holds tightly. You want to get cambial layer connection, which means the green part of the bark on the stem should meet up with the green part of the bark from the bud you just cut. and then you'll get hopefully this bud to grow out as a full tree. So whip and tongue is also used quite a bit, and folks will often use razor blades even for this, or grafting knives, and they'll kind of slice off the whole top of this rootstock plant, and they'll cut a little notch in it, and then they'll take a stem from the plant they want to propagate, and they'll also slice it like that, but they'll leave a little area to connect. And so you can see in this diagram, it's a little connecting tissue. It's almost like a lock and key. So basically, excuse me, this will hold together really well and makes a good connection between the bark and the vascular systems. And then we wrap it with this parafilm, which you can see in the photograph on the far left for you. And it's basically, or far right, which is that kind of stretchy plastic. So another way we can actually propagate these is doing the whip and tongue, but using basically a top grafter, but it cuts an extra little slice. So you can see using this top grafter, and I've got a version of it up here on my podium, which I'll show folks in the audience in a minute. But basically that top grafter cuts that part, and then you use it to cut the other part, and you put it together, and it's just kind of like a whip and tongue, but it's a little bit different combination of lock and key. So this is data. The letters on the far side mean whether they're different. If it's the same letter, it's not different. If it's a different letter, it means it's different, but using statistics to prove things. But basically what this means is 54% of the trees that we chip budded were successful. And you know, that's even a little low for us, because a lot of times we were in the 80s, and I think it's because some of maybe our budwood wasn't quite as good as it could have been, but still pretty successful way of propagating the trees. Tea budding, not so much. Tea budding really didn't work all that well. Only about 30% of those buds took. Top grafter worked pretty good, right? And that's something to consider. The top grafter, actual patented top grafter, is about $400, and there are knockoffs on Amazon for about $40. We've used both. They do both work, but I won't say which one might be better, but you can go and get a cheaper top grafter knockoff also, but it does work pretty well. And whip and tongue was by far the best. And once again, it's a really commonly used way of propagating pawpaws in nurseries across the U.S. I've been at One Green World several times in Oregon, where they literally produce thousands and thousands of these pawpaw trees with whip and tongue every month. And so it's pretty easy to do with a razor blade or a knife. So really the story comes down to is we wanted to ask that question, does tea budding really work very well? No, it really doesn't. You probably should not use tea budding. But these other techniques work reasonably well for propagation of pawpaw if you want to clonally propagate a variety that you already have, right? So another thing, it's kind of a busy slide, but let's put it this way. We wanted to really know whether when we plant then that pot, that tree that we just propagated in a pot, when we put it out in the orchard, what's the best way to really train it and get it to be the best tree out there to produce fruit? And so we wanted to know a couple of things. One is we wanted to use a couple different varieties just to see if it varied by variety. So we used Susquehanna and Sunflower, two different pawpaw varieties. And then we wanted to ask the question, you know, the seeds that we use to produce the rootstock, does it matter where it comes from, right? Seedling rootstock source when it comes to actually grafting onto and then establishing in the orchards. And then we also wanted to look at pruning method, because a lot of people just put that tree out there and they just let it grow up any which way, or some will go out there and train it like an apple tree with central leader training. I'll show you that in a second. And we wanted to ask that question, is it worth trying to do that? How is it going to impact the production? And so basically we planted this in 2004, and so we're just going to give you some summary data. And you can see on the picture here, and I'll show you a little better picture in a second, the unpruned tree right here, right in front, and then next to it is a central leader pruned tree, which really has really nice right-angled branches coming out of the trunk. And so basically after 6 years, just taking care of the cultivar part of this, you know, our survival was better for sunflower than Susquehanna. And so like almost 70% of the sunflower trees were still alive but only about half of the Susquehanna. And that is a problem with pawpaws sometimes with establishment. Even under our best practices out here, you can lose quite a few trees, and that is kind of a struggle sometimes for some of the growers. So Susquehanna tends to grow a little slower, might be part of the reason why it doesn't do as well in survival. So looking at the pruning pattern, and so this is a good example of that. There's the minimal pruning versus the central leader. You can see how much stronger right angle branching there is. Now, anybody who's growing pawpaws, if you get a windstorm with a lot of pawpaws on your tree, what happens? Right? They're breaking off. The whole tree starts breaking up. And that's a really big problem with pawpaw. I've got a number of pawpaw trees at my house, and I've got lots of broken branches this year because of kind of on some of the minimally pruned trees. And so the idea is with the central leader trees, they're going to have much stronger branches. And that is the case. It really is. You get a lot less wind breakage and that. So when we compared these trees, really stronger trees, easier to pick from, they're easier to work around than these unpruned trees. They were a little slower to come into production, so about 25% less fruit in the first several years. But and maybe it's a little more labor to actually put that tree together, but it made it a lot easier to care for those orchards. And so we're recommending that central leader type approach to folks if you're willing to put in that labor to do it, because you really do get a much stronger tree and easier to care for orchard or planting in your backyard, and it really does not have the wind damage that you're going to have for losing fruit on the trees. So I wanted to move on and talk in a little less information on some of these, but I'm going to cover them. The black spot. Now, how many out there in the audience have seen kind of that black spotting of a fungal organism on their fruit? Quite a few, probably about a quarter to a third of the folks raised their hand. The longer you have a pawpaw tree in your yard, the more likely it's probably going to happen. It seems to kind of build up over time, and out here in some of our orchards we have quite a bit of pressure. So here's a photograph of this. Most of it is Phylosticta. There are some other organisms that sometimes combine into a complex to make this black spot, but it makes black spotting on the leaves, and then you'll see the black spotting on the fruit. Now this can be a huge problem as the far right fruit shows, because basically as the skin becomes infected, it loses its elasticity, right? And so then when it rains, water goes up and the fruit starts expanding, but it can't expand anymore, and so it causes cracks. And so then bacteria, almost anything, insects can get in those cracks and wreck your fruit, right? So that's a big problem. Some varieties are more prone to cracking than others, and although I love Wabash, which I think Sheri's going to talk about a little later, it's a Neil Peterson variety, it tends to crack quite a bit. And so you might have half the fruit crack on the tree, but it's still worth it because the fruit are really good quality for eating quality for the ones that don't crack. But it is something that happens on some of these varieties. And so we did try, can we control this with an organic approach? That was really our question. And we've had several students working on this now. And so basically we were trying a safer brand fungicide, which is basically 12% sulfur, right? It's organic approach, high and low sulfur content. And then we also tried a copper fungicide concentrate and then water. And actually we had an alternative control that was just no water treated onto the plants, which I'll talk about in a second. And so then after the fruit got to about this stage right now, the student collected the fruit. We actually used a way of actually measuring the coverage of, especially on the leaves, of this black spot by taking a picture and using a program to digitize how many black areas were on the leaf, and then we did disease scoring on the fruit. And so this is actually a result of disease scoring. And so this kind of shows you the important thing here is as you go across the bars on the figure is that we had high sulfur next to the control, and so that control was the one that was sprayed with water at the same time that the sulfur and water was applied to fruit. And unfortunately, you really didn't see a reduction in the black spot, right? And we didn't with high copper or low sulfur either. What was interesting, though, is our alternative control was unsprayed, right? Just completely not sprayed in with water. And when you compare it to that, these different treatments do have a reduction in the amount of black spot on the fruit. So this makes us think that there was something. We also, in the water, and I didn't tell you this, is we put a little bit of adjuvant, which is basically a soap that helps the other compounds stay on the fruit, hopefully. So we're thinking that might actually impact or have an influence on that fruit, on having that infected by the black spot. And so it's a little bit of a mixed message. Basically it says, well, you might get some limited control with those. And I think the biggest problem is, here in Kentucky, sometimes it rains every 3 days or every week. We were spraying basically weekly. Sometimes it would rain soon after. And so trying to keep a coverage with this sulfur, which is basically a protectant against infection, is very difficult. And that's the problem you're going to face as a homeowner or a production person, of whether you can keep that sulfur on there and really keep the disease from infecting. So basically, it did reduce, and this is the funny part, is it didn't really help that much on the fruit, but on the leaves it really did reduce that incidence of the black spot. Now it could be, you look at a pawpaw fruit, it's kind of waxy, especially when it's younger fruit, and so that could have resulted in kind of a poor persistence of that sulfur pesticide on there to keep from having that antifungal property. So we're still working on this. We're trying some other substances right now too to try to see if we can control this. But so far it's been a challenge, and black spot is like the only major disease issue with pawpaws. So it's something we want to try and deal with. So finish up with pollination biology. Nels mentioned the breeding program. And so for those of you with pawpaws out there, you've seen flowering on the same tree for an extended period of time. Oftentimes there's kind of a big peak of flowering in kind of mid to late April, and then there's a frost and you lose your crop. No, that does happen here, right? And so luckily with pawpaw, it continues to flower over an extended period of time. So even if you lose some flowers to that frost event in April that we almost always see, you will have some additional flowers that come on and set some more fruit. Both male and female flower parts are in the same flower, so they're it's not like persimmon where you have male and female trees. They're all on the same tree in the same flower. And you do need cross-pollination. We're just trying to develop some recommendations on which varieties you should plant with each other. The main rule of thumb right now is, Sheri will probably tell you this too, but you should plant at least 3 varieties just to try and maximize your crossing to get the best pollination. But we're going to show you some evidence of self-fruitfulness in a minute. That's always been suspected, but we've actually got some data showing that now. And flies and beetles are often the insects that are actually pollinating out there. You see a lot of insects in the springs going flower to flower, so it's many, many potential pollinators. So in this study, we've seen a lot of folks who've said, oh, sunflower is self-fertile, so you only got to plant sunflower, you don't need to plant other varieties. And we really wanted to test that and see if that's true, and if there's other self-fruitful varieties. So we just don't know. There's anecdotal evidence. And then we also wanted to kind of look at whether self-compatibility has an impact on fruit and seed set. That was another longer-term goal. So in this particular case, we went out and we made crosses on the different flowers. And so this student actually used a little Q-tip. And a lot of times you use paint brushes if you're not doing as many flowers. That works really well. But she was successful in using a little Q-tip to do pollination. So she'd take a little pollen from one flower and put it on the stigmatic surface or the green glistening surface of other flowers. And we had a number of different combinations. So it's sunflower, it's always ladies first, okay, whenever you see something like this. Oh, you can remember that? So it's sunflower by sunflower, Susquehanna by Susquehanna, and then sunflower, which was the female recipient, right? Sunflower by Susquehanna pollen, and then Susquehanna by sunflower pollen, okay? And so then she let those fruit come to fruition, right? We had fruit from those crosses. She collected the seed. She put them in this Ziploc bag with moist peat moss, right? Put it in the refrigerator like we talked about before. and then took those seeds out and grew them in these 1-gallon pots and got the little seedlings to germinate. And then we took leaves, the little leaves from some of those seedlings, and ground them up, and this is kind of where magic happens. Basically, we extract DNA, we measure it, we put it into something called a thermocycler, and then I'm going to show you this slide and it'll freak you out a little bit, but basically what this slide means is for every one of these different varieties or crosses, we're looking for certain combinations, and what these numbers all mean basically is that these are the number of base pairs of little DNA products that we amplify, and they're like little fingerprints. And so if something's got a 187 in it, we know that it's came from sunflower, and if something's got another number, then it came from something else. So it's kind of complicated. I won't go through all the science of it, but it allows you to use the DNA to actually determine what the parent was. That's the take home. And I'm just going to show you the top part of this because we're really just trying to talk about selfing today. Now, this is a little odd, but this is what happened. So we had Susquehanna by Susquehanna, and what that showed was that 13% of the fruit on that tree was the result of a self. Okay, pollen from Susquehanna fertilizing the flower, and also then getting seeds that were Susquehanna. And then for some reason, and this is why we do things multiple years, is that none of the sunflower by sunflower actually produced any seedlings. However, when you looked at the sunflower by Susquehanna, which means ladies first, right? Sunflower was the female. And when you looked at that, it did self. The sunflower by sunflower in that tree was about 11%, and the Susquehanna was about 16% self. So what that tells you is both sunflower and Susquehanna selfed in about 10-20% of the time. Now, that's interesting because that means you can plant one tree out there, and you'll probably get some fruit on it. You probably will. Doesn't mean you will, but at least there's a probability you will. It's just that if you look further down, when you cross, most of those were 70 or 80% were crosses. So you're going to get a lot better fruit set on that next line down that shows that if you do other varieties with your one tree. But it does mean that occasionally you're going to see a tree all by itself, and if you go up to the Frankfurt Cemetery, you're going to see this. There's a tree all by itself in the old Frankfurt Cemetery. There's no other pawpaws anywhere near it, and it always has fruit. So it's selfing to some degree. So you can plant one tree in your yard and get some fruit. That's the take home. And so, but you're going to get a lot higher fruit set if you actually plant multiple varieties, okay? So, and we didn't really show a correlation between the different pollinators and how much yield we get. That's probably going to be the next thing. Breeding program. So I'm just really going to tell you that, basically we've got 3 really good varieties we've released right now. We've got KSU Atwood, KSU Chappelle, KSU Benson. Sheri's going to talk a little bit more about those a little later on. Those are really good varieties. Some are earlier like Benson, some are a little later like Atwood in terms of ripening. But we really want to get even more varieties out there. And so we actually have been, doing all those crosses we just showed you. We've been taking those seedlings and now establishing orchards over on the other side of the farm. So I'm looking forward to I'm dean right now. In a few years, I plan to hope to step down. And I'm hoping I'm going to be out there screening those fruit out there for my last 5 years, looking at the next pawpaw varieties that we can release, because that's going to be a lot of fun, I think, looking at some of those potential new varieties. So we, as I said, we got about over 1,000, probably going to have about 2,000 in the end that we're going to be screening of these different varieties. And a lot of them are going to have these really good parentages of either sunflower, Susquehanna, Benson, Chappelle, a lot of different really good varieties, hopefully. So I don't even know where we are on time, but I'm going to ask for if there's any questions out there in the audience. And we're going to bring you a microphone if you have a question, if you don't mind using that. I think we have about 10 minutes or 5 minutes for questions. Yeah, right behind you.
Planting, and it looked like you had just mowed the grass and dug a hole. Can you elaborate on exactly how you prepared and what your maintenance was you know, as far as putting the seedlings in the ground?
Sure. So really the question is about how really do you plant these? Now, so Pawpaw, you know, we've always kind of planted in the spring, but we've kind of told people not to plant in the fall, but in some of our recent experiments, we're not sure that that's always the case now, because some of our fall plantings have done pretty well. But let's say you do plant in the spring, you should prepare the area well before the year before. Make sure you remove any competing weeds. You're going to want to, when you actually dig the hole to put the plant in, you should make sure it's not an area with lots of clay, because it tends to, pawpaws do not do well in a waterlogged clay soil. They just can't penetrate it, and they don't like to be waterlogged. So hopefully it'll be in a site that will have good draining soil. You'll dig down, and then you'll plant that tree with maybe some additional soil, and just, you know, to the usual soil line where it would line up. And you know, basically, and you wouldn't want to really fertilize it for about a month, because you don't want to burn it, you know, and they go through a transplant shock. So those of you who put in pawpaws, you know, really the first year they don't grow very much. You kind of wonder, wow, is this tree going to die? Sometimes it'll even lose its leaves, right? And then the next year it comes on and it leaves out, doesn't grow a lot. But what's going on is it's developing the root system. It usually starts by developing a root system first, and then the top starts growing. And so really, by the third year it's in, right, then you'll start seeing more top growth, and then you'll see more of the establishment of the tree. And then when a seedling gets about 6 to 8 feet tall, it'll probably produce fruit. If a grafted tree gets to about 6 feet in 3 years, it'll start producing fruit. So that's kind of the way of controlling grass and weeds around the tree is really important, because pawpaw does not compete well with grass or weeds. And so really putting a mulch around it, like if you've got just a few trees in your backyard, I would put wood chip mulch around the tree. That's something you can do with a pawpaw that you can't do with an apple tree, because voles would attack the apple tree and probably girdle it. But with pawpaws, they don't do that. They don't attack the bark. So you can put a wood chip mulch around the tree, and then water it and fertilize it. You know, and you can look in some of our extension bulletins about fertilizing, but basically fertilizing in the spring. You don't want to fertilize very late in the year, because you don't want it to continue to grow and then have a cold snap and injure it. So that's the basic. So, you know, it's a process of, because pawpaws really do go through kind of a transplant shock, especially that first year. So it does take about 3 to 4 years to really see that tree establish well. And most trees that die in an orchard are going to die after that first year, and then you're going to start losing. You're going to lose some, but it's not going to be near the number that you lose that first year during that transplant period. Yeah. Other questions?
Yes, Dr. Pomper. This probably applies. I had tried to transplant native pawpaw starts from trees, and I even at times dug a lot of root material and never had a success. And I think I understand now that what I didn't do was protect the seedling. Well, this goes for seedlings too, but I didn't protect the plant from direct sunlight enough. Mm-hmm. And I get all these people, when I give them pawpaws, they're going to plant the seeds. And I think that if you plant the seed out in the open in direct sun, the first 2 years, if you don't protect it from the sun, they're going to die.
Yeah, and that's a good point. You know, if you're buying a tree that's about 1.5 feet tall, you don't probably have to shade it, but you would benefit. You know, there's these tree shelters or tree tubes, and we actually have a really nice experiment down here that Sheri has the data on that really shows just the benefits of using those tree shelters. But you're right, you know, I would not put a 6-inch, you know, pawpaw tree out there in the field. They're fairly UV light sensitive because they're an understory tree, right? And so you put them out in full sun, that is not a good environment for them. So some shading, especially if they're a smaller tree, is really beneficial. I wouldn't be looking for a 4-foot, 5-foot pawpaw tree either, though, because just like any other fruit tree, you put in a large tree, they're already kind of, you know, it's a difficult situation with the small root system, and that's kind of what you get with transplanting native seedlings where, you just don't have a really great root system either, and then you leave a lot of top, and they get a lot of sunlight and heat, and they transpire a lot of water, and they die. That can easily happen too. So good point. Yeah.
Can you speak a little bit more about pruning? At what age of the tree do you prune if you're going to do the central leader, and if you're just going to limit up, at what age and what time of the year?
It really is best to do that fairly early. Now, the first year, I really wouldn't prune very much. I wouldn't do much of anything the first year. And then that second year, you can start removing maybe the lowest branches. And then when you start getting either the second year or the third year, you can use these limb spacers or hang little paperweights basically on some of those bigger limbs, and that will make them go out more to the right. Yeah, even if you just prune and select for those, Pawpaw will have pretty good right-angled branching if you go through and start pruning and select those. So, and then they'll put all their energy into producing those kind of right angles. But once again, there are limb spacers and things you can hang, but even then, just selecting the real right-angled branches and removing the competing ones, and making sure you really don't allow any branching to really happen below 3 feet eventually. You don't want to cut back the tree too much the first couple of years, but you do want to start that process of training is really what that is. It's really training, it would be the terminology, versus pruning later on is really trying to reduce the amount of tree to get it to regrow and produce more flowers again, where this is really creating the framework of the tree. Yeah. So we'll try and do an extension bulletin about training. I think we need to do a better bulletin about that. So that's a good point. Other questions? I think we got one in the back. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. So the question really is about, maybe do we get good cross-pollination with varieties and native trees? And it certainly can be the case. That's what we're really just starting to understand, what would be the best pollinizer relationships, right? And I guess one thing I can say is when you plant sunflower and Susquehanna next to each other, you get pretty good fruit set, right? We know that. And so it's likely, it's kind of it's a probability game. If you've got quite a few pawpaws near the planted ones, then you're probably going to maximize your ability to cross. Now you got to think about it. If you're a fly, how far do you want to fly, right? And so that's the other thing is, if they're too far apart, they're probably not going to come over and cross-pollinate your tree. So that's something else to think about. The other thing is, and we didn't even talk about this, I like using my joke about this because you saw how we set up these experiments. If you put something out to attract flies near your trees, that could be a benefit too. And so I've always kind of joked about, well, you could put out different types of roadkill or chicken, and then, you do chicken and roadkill. Anyway, it's a factorial experiment, just kidding. But basically, if some people do put out some things to attract, the flies to that, to their plants, because especially if you're really isolated, you may not know. We have lots of goats here. I'm just going to say that we have lots of flies on the farm. There's lots of flies that have opportunity then to move into the pawpaws and pollinate. I think we have time for one more question, and then we're going to move on, or maybe two if they're quick. Okay, I have one question here. Okay.
I have a few from our virtual audience that we're going to read. Have you tried stem cuttings of any other Asimina species?
We really haven't. We've done we have not worked a lot with the other Asimina, though we've done some work. Now, I did try grafting. Our Asimina triloba, which is our pawpaw, onto rootstock that was about half Asimina reticulata, and actually they would take. And I was hoping that they would dwarf our pawpaw, but it did not work. They were just kind of the normal. So they do freely cross-pollinate, and I can say that at least there's some grafted compatibility between Asiminas. There's some other work that was done by Zimmerman, I think it was long ago, where people grafted Anonas and Asiminas, and that did not work. That failed after a while. Yeah. One more question, and then we'll have to move on.
Would it make sense to graft a Susquehanna or a known variety to a shoot in a native pawpaw patch? You got a native pawpaw patch, you pick one that's not a major tree there, but it's a minor tree. You graft onto it. You don't know what the variety is of your native patch. It's unknown. But you take your Susquehanna and you graft it there. Would that make sense?
Yes, you can do that. Actually, we've had a number of people, Sheri might elaborate on it too, but we've had a number of people come in and top work native stands. And so that way you're bringing in some of those varieties, and you're kind of converting the wild tree into a cultivar, but then you're leaving some of the wild trees around it. And so that a lot of times you're trying to manage wild patches too. You're going to want to kind of thin out the brush and other trees around that patch of pawpaws so that there's not as much competition, and you'll get more bigger fruit also from that tree. So. Well, I'll be around today, and next up, Sheri Crabtree is going to kind of fill in the blanks on a number of things, and do kind of a Pawpaw 101, and maybe cover a few things we already talked about. But Sheri came about 21 years ago, something like. So she's been here a long time too. We've all watched a lot of pawpaws grow out here, and Jeremy Lowe, who will speak later, also has been here many years. We've had a lot of work out there with the pawpaws in the field, and they've been a lot of fun to watch. But she's got her master's from the University of Kentucky in horticulture. She's going to talk to you about some of the aspects you should be thinking about in growing pawpaws. Sheri?
Thank you. There's the clicker. Thank you, Dr. Pomper. And thanks everybody for coming in person and virtual. We're glad to have everybody back after not being able to be here in person last year. So I'm going to talk about Pawpaw 101. So basically all about pawpaws, kind of some general information, and a lot of things that I talk about and that Dr. Pomper talked about, you'll get to see in person, hands-on in the orchard tour this afternoon. So that'll help kind of drive it home or reiterate it. So what is a pawpaw? I think a lot of people here are already familiar with pawpaws. I saw a lot of hands go up with people who were already growing them or had eaten them. Pawpaw, the scientific name is Asimina triloba. So it's in the custard apple family. Annanaceae is the name of the plant family it's in. So that's one interesting thing about pawpaw. The rest of this family are all tropical and subtropical fruits. Pawpaw is the only temperate member of that family. So that's why pawpaw has this kind of tropical appearance to the tree and tropical flavor to the fruit, but then it's a plant that can tolerate freezing temperatures and can grow here in Kentucky and even farther north into Canada. So pawpaw is a pretty small to medium-sized tree. It produces fruit, usually in clusters. Sometimes you see single fruit, but it's usually in clusters of 2 to 5 fruit. We've seen up to 9 fruit in clusters before. And there's a range of size, but usually between 1/4 pound to a pound for the larger fruited cultivars are the average size of the fruit. And so another kind of common nickname for pawpaw is the poor man's banana, Kentucky banana, Hoosier banana, just depending on what state you're in. Because, well, one, they're in these clusters, kind of like a banana. They look a little bit like fat bananas, but they also have a flavor similar to banana. And pawpaw has a unique flavor all its own, but the best description, if you haven't eaten it before, is a blend of mango and banana. And the flesh is soft, similar to a ripe avocado, kind of a creamy, soft texture. And some of them even are like a pudding or custard-like texture that you can eat with a spoon when they're extremely ripe. Have this green skin and yellow-orange flesh. Pawpaw is also a nice tree to use in edible landscaping. You can have a tree that has ornamental qualities and produces fruit in your yard. You see this nice golden yellow fall color that they get in autumn. Also has attractive flowers, these bell-shaped maroon colored flowers. And one important thing about pawpaws is they attract zebra swallowtail butterflies. So this black and white butterfly that you see on the screen, pawpaw is the exclusive host plant for zebra swallowtail larvae. So pawpaw is the only plant that the larvae of this butterfly feed on. So if you see these butterflies around, you know that there's pawpaw trees nearby. And a lot of people that plant butterfly gardens will plant pawpaw trees in order to attract this butterfly. So you'll see lots of them flying around our orchards, hopefully on the orchard tour. Pawpaw is a native plant, native to most of the eastern United States. You can see on this map the native range of pawpaw on the left. Probably goes a little bit farther south than is shown on the map, but into northern Florida, southern Georgia, southern Alabama, a little bit west of the Mississippi River, so into eastern Kansas, eastern Texas, those areas, and far north into southern Michigan, southern New York, even southern Ontario, Canada, is the native range for pawpaw. But it can be grown basically anywhere with a temperate climate, so USDA growing zones 5 through 9. It may be kind of borderline in 4B. They're hardy to about 25 below Fahrenheit, so pretty cold hardy. They do require chill hours in the winter, is why they can't be grown in the extreme deep south. We've got a graduate student, again, doing a project on this. We've estimated chill hours to be around 400, but we're looking to see how they vary by cultivar and if that's really an accurate number. But like southern Florida, very far southern California, Hawaii, the tropics, places like that, you wouldn't get enough cold temperatures in the wintertime for pawpaw trees because they need to go dormant for the winter and have a certain number of hours of cold to then start growing in the spring. So pawpaws, like I said, they're a native plant, so you will find them growing wild in the woods in Kentucky and other states. They're usually part of the understory of hardwood forests, and they form these large patches. You've heard the song Way Down Yonder in the Pawpaw Patch. So they form these big patches, what looks like hundreds of trees, but it's often from one root system, or mostly from one root system. So they'll send up lots of shoots from the roots and form these large patches in the woods. So often you don't see a lot of fruit on the wild trees, and that's part of the reason. Remember, Dr. Pomper talked about we need cross-pollination to have good fruit set. So if all the trees in the patch are all from one root system, they're all identical genetically, right? Because they're all from the same root system, so they're not able to cross-pollinate with each other in order to set fruit. Also, pawpaws are not as productive in the shade as they are in the sun. They just don't get as much energy from sunlight in the shade in order to set and produce fruit. So lack of sunlight also causes lower fruit set and yield in the wild. There can also be fewer pollinators in the wild, or they're just not as active flying around. Also, wild trees, if you've ever foraged for wild fruit, you can find good wild fruit in the woods, but sometimes they're poor quality. Sometimes there's people, they think they don't like pawpaws because they found some in the wild that were bitter or extremely seedy. So there's a lot of variability in wild trees. So if you do have wild pawpaw patches and you want to get better fruit production, there's some things that you can do. You can kind of thin out the patch. If there's a lot of shoots coming up close together, thin them out to the strongest trees so they're about 8 feet apart. And you can also prune or clear out surrounding trees. So anything that's shading them, clear out the trees or prune branches so they get more sunlight into the pawpaws. And also clear out anything else in the underbrush that's competing with the pawpaws for resources. So could be invasive species, could get in there, bush honeysuckle, things like that can be in that same niche as pawpaw. So you want to clear anything like that out. And this was mentioned, I think, in one of the questions. You can either bring in additional seedlings from somewhere else, or you can graft a tree that is in your wild patch. Get scion wood from a variety that you want to propagate and graft it onto one of your wild trees. And that will, hopefully improve the quality of your tree by converting it over to a cultivar, but it also increases the diversity in your patch and provides something that's different genetically for cross-pollination. Dr. Pomper, I think, briefly mentioned transplanting root suckers. This can be difficult to do because, seedlings have a taproot. So if it's a seedling, it's likely to have a root going down deep. But root suckers do not have a lot of root system of their own. They're kind of attached with a runner almost to the mother tree. So we have not tested this, but I have heard people talk about doing this, they cut around that root sucker with a shovel to kind of sever or partially sever that root system and leave it in the ground for another year to kind of help it develop more of its own root system in the ground. Then the following spring, you can dig and transplant it, is your best bet for transplanting these wild root suckers. So being a native plant, there's a lot of interesting history with pawpaw in the U.S. The first written record was 1541. Hernando de Soto, who was an early explorer in the Americas, reported that Native Americans were eating and growing pawpaws in the Mississippi River Valley. So probably a lot of the spread of pawpaws, you saw kind of these little dots in New York and a little bit outside the native range, is from Native Americans spreading and growing pawpaw trees. Lewis and Clark, who were also early American explorers, on their return trip, they explored out west to Oregon. When they were on their way back in Missouri, they actually ran out of food and had to forage for wild pawpaw fruit. So Lewis and Clark actually recorded in their journal that pawpaws saved them from starvation. And we know that George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Daniel Boone, a lot of other figures in American history were pawpaw fans. So kind of some history of domesticating pawpaws. 1916, so over 100 years ago, 105 years ago, the American Genetics Association had a contest for the best pawpaw. And they actually predicted that with intelligent breeding, that there would be a commercial pawpaw industry. And while we've seen it grow, it hasn't developed on the scale that, apple and peach and grape and industries like that have. And really the main reason is the fruit has such a short shelf life. It's difficult to store for a long time. It's difficult to ship long distances. So that's probably the main reason that this has not developed any further, is the short shelf life of the fruit. So then in the late 80s and the 90s and around 2000, there started being more and more interest in pawpaws. I think people are interested in native plants. They're interested in sustainable agriculture, things like that. So that's led to this resurgence of interest in pawpaw fruit. So we began our research program in 1990 here at KSU. The Ohio Pawpaw Festival, which is this coming weekend, or this weekend that's coming up, started in 1999. Then the North American Pawpaw Growers Association, who will actually hear from somebody from that organization, started first as the Ohio Pawpaw Growers Association in 2000. So there's kind of been this resurgence in pawpaw. So our main goals at KSU, that Dr. Pomper touched on some of these, we want to preserve and evaluate genetic diversity. We'll go out and collect material from these wild patches and try to preserve it. We do a lot of breeding, trying to develop new improved cultivars. We develop new orchard management recommendations for growers, and we'll help everybody from farmers that are doing commercial production, backyard growers, people producing pawpaw products. If you have any questions about your pawpaws, conducting workshops like these. And we've also done some work looking at post-harvest and developing value-added products. So Jeremy will probably talk some about this in the orchard tour, but just some basics of establishing pawpaw trees, establishing an orchard. They like a soil that has a lot of organic matter, deep, fertile, well-drained soil, slightly acid to neutral pH. And you want to ideally test your soil before you plant. It's a lot easier to amend the soil before planting than trying to fix problems after the fact. You also want to avoid low-lying areas because cold air is heavier, denser than warm air, and it will pool in low areas, and you're more likely to have frost and freeze damage in low-lying areas. And again, pawpaw will grow and fruit in the shade to some extent, but you get better yields in full sun. So if the tree is large enough, if it's over 1.5 feet tall, then we'd recommend going in full sun. You'll get better yields. The spacing is 8 to 10 feet between trees. Our orchards that are in rows are 18 to 20 feet, between rows. You don't want to go any farther apart than 30 feet between trees, or pollination will suffer. And again, we're looking at this. We've always recommended spring planting, but it looks like fall planting may also be good for pawpaw. And you want at least 2 trees for cross-pollination to get good yields. And you heard Dr. Pomper say, if you have 1 tree, you may get some fruit on that tree, but for the best yields, you want to have 2 trees to cross-pollinate. And again, as Dr. Pomper mentioned, pawpaws are not true to type from seeds. So if you save a seed from a fruit that you like, it's not going to be identical to the parent. It's going to be a cross of the two parents. Seedlings also have variable quality. They take longer to produce fruit than grafted trees. And so we want to go through some recommended cultivars for Kentucky and most of the native range. This is a short list here, but I'll show you some photos of these. Again, we have a breeding program here at KSU, and we've released 3 cultivars so far. KSU Atwood was our first. It's actually the latest ripening, so here in Kentucky, that's about mid-September is when Atwood gets ripe. We're actually a little bit later overall this year, and Atwood has barely started ripening. It has kind of a mango flavor, like a mild mango flavor, and again, good fruit size, good yield. KSU Benson was our second cultivar release. It is early ripening, so in Kentucky, usually late August, early September, the first week of September is the peak ripening time for Benson fruit. One unique thing about Benson, it has this really round shape, so it's almost a baseball, softball shaped fruit. It also has a dark orange color flesh. KSU Chappelle was our most recent cultivar release. It's a really nice, very vigorous tree. That's one of the most outstanding things about Chappelle is how vigorous the growth of the tree is, fast growing. It also has large fruit, a good seed to fruit ratio. It has this really mild kind of banana pineapple flavor with a little bit of floral undertones to it. And Chappelle is more mid-season ripening, so about September 10th, about the first to second week of September is when we see Chappelle start ripening. These are some other cultivars that we recommend. These are some of the older cultivars that are not patented or trademarked that did well in our variety trial. NC1 has kind of a dark orange-yellow colored flesh, really good flavor, large fruit. Overlease is another one that has round-shaped fruit. It also has kind of a melon flavor, so if you like cantaloupe, then Overlease would probably be a cultivar that you would like. Sunflower has a mild flavor, and again, some people like the more mild banana-flavored pawpaws. This would be one for you. It has a more light yellow-colored flesh. Neil Peterson is a pawpaw breeder in West Virginia. He's bred and released several excellent cultivars, and here are some of his. Potomac is the largest fruit that we had in our variety trial. Really large fruit, and Dr. Pomper mentioned the only drawback to Potomac, probably partly because it is so large, it's a little bit prone to cracking, but it's an excellent cultivar, very good flavor. Shenandoah is another one of those mild banana-flavored cultivars. Wabash is another one of Neil Peterson's varieties that has round, very round fruit, dark yellow or dark orange-colored flesh. Again, large fruit. Susquehanna is one of my favorites, and it's actually won quite a few of the taste tests that we've had here and at the Ohio Pawpaw Festival. Really good flavor, good size, large fruit. Has a little bit lower number of fruit per tree than the others, but they're large and excellent quality. So if you're looking for nurseries, where to buy pawpaw trees, these are some nurseries in Kentucky. I know a lot of people here in person are from Kentucky. England's Orchard Nursery and Peaceful Heritage both carry both KSU cultivars that are trademarked and the Peterson Pawpaw cultivars. Then Oakland Farm Trees and the Kentucky Division of Forestry sell pawpaw seedlings. And we have a nursery list on our website of nationwide nurseries that sell pawpaw trees. So when you're harvesting, which right now is harvest peak in Kentucky, the first 3 weeks of September, one tricky thing about harvesting pawpaws, the skin stays green even when they're ripe. So it's really by touch is how you know. And pawpaws will fall on the ground when they're ripe also. So when you see some fruit on the ground under a tree, you know they're starting to get ripe. And also, again, when you're hand harvesting, they'll come off easily in your hand when they're ripe. So you just give them a really gentle squeeze. If they're a little bit soft, kind of like a ripe peach, and the fruit will come off easily in your hand when they're ripe. If it's hard as a rock and you have to twist it and yank it to get it off the tree, then it's not ready to pick yet, and it will not they'll not ripen at that stage at room temperature. So you can pick fruit when they're just beginning to get a little bit soft, and they will ripen like on your counter in a paper bag. But if they're rock hard, they will not ripen off the tree. When they are ripe, again, they're very soft, so they bruise easily. You don't want to stack them too deep in a box or a container. And one unique thing about pawpaws is the harvest is over a long period. So a single tree you'll be harvesting from for about 3 weeks. Post-harvest, so once you pick the fruit, again, when they're ripe, they have a very short shelf life. So you need to use them within a couple of days of picking when they're very ripe. If you pick them at that stage where they're just beginning to get a little bit soft, where they will ripen, but they'll store a little bit longer, you can keep them in the refrigerator for 2 or 3 weeks, then bring them out and let them ripen at room temperature. But if you want to store them long term, freezing is the best way to store pawpaw fruit longer term. So how do you freeze pawpaw fruit? One, you want to inspect the fruit, make sure it's in good condition, good quality, not bruised or has any discolorations in it. The skin is bitter, so you want to avoid getting any skin in your frozen fruit or eating the skin. Even scraping the skin, if you get a little bit of that green residue, can give a bitter flavor to the pulp that you freeze. The seeds are not edible, so you want to make sure to remove the seeds and don't accidentally get a seed, in a blender or something when you're pureeing the fruit, because they do have alkaloid compounds that can make you nauseous. So the seeds are not edible. The skin just tastes bad, so they don't have that same effect as the seeds. So if you're processing small scale, you can use something like a colander. So you cut the fruit in half, scoop out the insides with a spoon, and put it either in a mesh bag, which we've actually used to use some that are meant for laundry, like for delicates, put it in that mesh bag and squeeze it through, and that separates the seeds. You can also put it in a colander and push it through with a spoon to separate the seeds if you just have a few fruit that you're wanting to process. So kind of the next step up, if you have a fair amount of fruit that you're wanting to process, are food mills like this one. The one that we've used, the brand is Roma, but there's several brands. There's Victorinox and Squeezo, other brands that have the same design. So you still need to peel it or remove the skin somehow. So we still would cut the fruit in half, scoop it out, and put it through that wide hopper on the top. And there is, there's a spiral, the red spiral. It's called a grape spiral. It's meant to remove grape seeds. So you need to modify this by cutting off the last couple of spirals or filing them off so it's big enough for the pawpaw seeds to pass through. And then we use the pumpkin squash screen that comes with it. And so you put the peeled fruit in the top, turn the crank, and that spiral removes the seeds and they come out one side, and then the flesh gets pushed through the screen to give you a puree. Then you can put it in freezer bags and freeze. So this is used for tomatoes and berries and all kinds of products, so it would be multi-purpose. This is what we actually use now. This is a commercial scale product. The Robot Coupe is the brand. It's basically similar to the food mill that I just showed you, where it has a paddle inside and a screen. And unfortunately, we still have to remove the peel by hand. There's not a good method. If you try to blanch it and slip the skin off, it doesn't get the skin off very well. So we still cut the fruit in half, which gives us an opportunity to see if it's bruised or discolored or anything. Scoop it out, put it in the top of this Robot Coupe, and turn it on. And there's paddles, kind of rubber paddles that turn and push it through the screen. And the flesh, the puree comes out there, and the seeds come out the other side. But you can see how clean the seeds are coming out of this device. So this is a lot faster than using the food mill if you're commercial scale. So again, this is a pretty kind of expensive commercial piece of equipment. If you are a larger scale grower, if you've got a fair amount of pawpaw trees, we do have one of these in our fruit and vegetable mobile processing unit that people can rent by the day, and then you could use this item and others to process your pawpaws. So if you're growing pawpaws, where can you sell them? If you have an excess of fruit, or if you're looking to buy fruit, where can you buy them? Again, with the short shelf life, it's usually a local, kind of small local markets. So check your local farmer's market. Franklin County, there's a couple of vendors of pawpaw fruit here in Frankfort. Louisville, there's several farmers markets, and Lexington that sell pawpaw fruit. Rainbow Blossom in Louisville, Good Foods Co-op, Good Foods Market in Lexington, and places like that. They're either farmers markets or kind of small natural food stores, sell pawpaw fruit. There are a few places that do online mail order sales of fruit, but since the fruit is so perishable, value-added products are kind of the best way to have pawpaw products year-round. So we're going to actually have a panel of people that work places making some of these products later. One of the main things that we see now made with pawpaw, I always thought the ice cream would be the first product to take off and become popular, but it's actually been beer and wine and brandy are the main pawpaw products that we see on the market right now. So Jeptha Distillery, we're going to have somebody this afternoon from there speaking. They have a pawpaw brandy. Wildside Winery that's in Versailles makes a pawpaw wine. Rising Sun Winery in Lawrenceburg does a pawpaw jam, pawpaw bourbon jam. And we've had Ethereal Brewing, West Six, several breweries in Kentucky have done seasonal pawpaw beer. And Sig Luscher Brewery, who is here in Frankfort, also makes a pawpaw beer seasonally. And he's going to be here this afternoon to talk about that. So baked goods, basically anything you make with banana, you can substitute pawpaw. So banana bread, muffins, things like that, you can substitute equal parts pawpaw for. And also custard, creme brulee, items like that. Pawpaw fruit are so sweet. Usually you think about dessert as being the main use for pawpaw fruit, but it's good in kind of sweet, hot things. So like a mango salsa, you can substitute pawpaw fruit in a mango salsa recipe, hot sauce, barbecue sauce, things like that. There is actually a pawpaw hot sauce being sold in Ohio, this Pater Fam Sauces pawpaw chipotle hot sauce. Pawpaw ice cream, we're actually gonna have at lunch today for dessert, so you'll get to taste this. If you want to make it yourself at home, this is the recipe. It's a really simple, doesn't have eggs. You don't have to heat it and make a custard, anything like that. So just pawpaw, milk, cream, and sugar. If you like pawpaw, I would go on the high end of that. I would do 2 cups of pawpaw instead of 1.5 to get more pawpaw flavor. And you can also just make smoothies, milkshakes, things like that out of it. Pawpaw jam. I think they're also going to have samples of pawpaw jam at lunch. This is a recipe we developed here at KSU for pawpaw jam. Again, a really simple, we tested some that had spices and were kind of like apple butter, but just a simple recipe with just pawpaw, sugar, and then some of the pectin and fruit fresh for the acidity was the favorite recipe. So let the pawpaw flavor come through. We are online. I know a lot of people are watching on Facebook Live, so you're already familiar with that, but we have a website. KSU's website has a pawpaw page that has the nursery list, has the pawpaw planting guide. Thank you. We have a Facebook page for those of you that aren't familiar. If you have Facebook, search for KSU Pawpaw on Facebook. We also have a YouTube channel that has some older videos, and most of our videos would be posted on our Facebook page also. So does anybody have any questions here in person or online? Sorry, I think they wanted a mic for, should I just, okay, I'll bring the mic to you. I can go back. The recipes are on our website, so if you get on our website, there is a recipe section. I'll go back, and if anybody wants to take a picture of it or write it down, then you can get a copy of the recipes. I'll stay on the ice cream screen for a couple of minutes, and then I'll go to the jam screen.
We'll also be sharing a video soon on our social media about ice cream, so you can stay tuned for that. A few questions from our virtual audience. Christine says she's looking for some advice. She lives in Montreal, and she planted a 2-meter pawpaw last April, but as of today, bud break still has not taken place. It's not dead, it's just dormant, and she's curious.
Well, sometimes pawpaws do weird things. They do go through transplant shock. It should definitely have leafed out by now, so it went through a pretty extreme transplant shock it may or may not leaf out and grow in the spring. So if she's scratching it and seeing green wood, there is some possibility it could leaf out in the spring, although maybe not super likely. But I would wait until spring, see if it leaves out and starts growing next spring. And if it doesn't, they will come back from the roots. So if you have a tree that dies, almost always they will send up shoots from the roots and regrow. However, if it was a grafted tree, then of course that would not be the same variety as the graft, it would be the rootstock. If it's a seedling, then it would be the same.
Could you recommend the most cold hardy variety to plant in zone 5A?
We have not seen a lot of differences in cold hardiness. Pennsylvania Golden and KSU Benson. So Pennsylvania Golden was actually selected in New York, so we know that it's well suited for northern areas, but it's also early ripening, so places that have a shorter growing season, you want to choose an early ripening variety. KSU Benson, even though we selected it here in Kentucky, it's also early ripening, so if you live in an area that has a short growing season, then KSU Benson would be another variety that ripens early enough that you would have time for it to ripen in the growing season.
How hardy are grafted pawpaws compared to not grafted, and which would you recommend in Wisconsin?
So it depends. If they're in southern Wisconsin, I think they will be okay. If you're in very northern areas, so if you're in Minnesota or northern Wisconsin, if you're in zone 4, then yes, in extremely cold winters, they can die down to the ground. So in that case, a seedling would be better, because if you lose the top of the tree, then it's going to come back and be the same variety. There are some nurseries, there are a couple in Michigan, there are some nurseries in Ontario, Canada. So if you can buy seedlings that were selected in your growing zone in your area, then those would be more likely to be cold hardy.
Does KSU market any products, seeds, trees, treats?
We don't sell anything directly, so our cultivars I mentioned, KSU Atwood, KSU Benson, and KSU Chappelle, were developed here, but they are sold by licensed nurseries, which we have a list of licensed nurseries that sell our cultivars on the website. I listed those in Kentucky, Peaceful Heritage, and England's Orchard Nursery in Kentucky sell our cultivars, but we don't sell them directly, and no, we don't sell the ice cream and jam, we don't sell at this time, so. Yeah, I see a couple of hands.
If you have a more of a clay-based soil, could you mitigate it by basically doing a raised bed of some sort to grow the seedlings?
That will help. It's a little bit hard when you have a heavy clay soil. A raised bed will help. If you amend the soil, sometimes it's tricky because the difference between the two soils, you kind of create almost like a pot where you have good drainage and then it pools at the bottom where the clay starts. But yeah, if you have build up the soil a little bit, build a raised bed, that will help improve drainage in a heavy clay soil. It's not the ideal soil type for pawpaws, but if that's what you have to work with, then yes, that's one way to help. I think there's a few, this gentleman.
Could you put the slide up that showed the website again, and then are all the suppliers on that were on the screen or on the website?
So okay. Yes, on the website, the first link, which unfortunately is long. Okay. We used to have a shorter website. Yeah. But yes, we have a nursery list on our website. And we can post a link on Facebook that will go directly to it. So if you're online, then you can just click that and go straight to it. We might have time for one or there's somebody on this side.
When you were talking about native stand management, you'd mentioned cutting down some of the smaller sucker trees. But I had a question because when I was looking at my native stands, I would see a lot of the larger trees with no fruit on them. And then what was confusing to me is I'd see some little tree, I mean, not even the width of, say, 2 fingers, that would have fruit on it right next to a much larger tree that didn't. And so my normal inclination to cut the small ones down was being kind of challenged by the fact that these smaller trees had fruit. I didn't know what's the best way to address that. Should I still cut down those smaller trees even though they've got some fruit on them?
No, I mean, it doesn't necessarily need to be the smaller ones. I would select the healthiest if there's trees that seem healthy and vigorous. So the ones that you have that are producing fruit, I would keep those because apparently they're, precocious fruit producers. They may have a little bit more ability to self-pollinate or have higher fruit set or higher yield. So yes, I would look, not just size, but trees that just look healthy and vigorous, and that may mean, flowering and producing fruit also. So you just want to select the strongest, healthiest looking trees in those patches. And sometimes as trees get older, they become less productive. I don't know how old they are, but once they get 25, 30 years old, they usually start to decline a little bit, and you see less fruit production on trees. So I think if anybody else has any questions, you can find me. I'll be around all day. But I think we will move on to our next presentation is actually a pre-recorded video because he couldn't be here in person. Dr. Rob Brannan from Ohio University will be speaking about an update on pawpaw nutrient content, so nutritional information about pawpaw. And we will go ahead and play that video. Whoops, I didn't need to hit that, so.
What we're going to talk about is the nutrient content of the pawpaw. What you see in this slide, this original artwork was from one of my students, a former student by the name of Maria Coyle. And so before I start, I just want to point out that this, let's see, is this working here? There we go. That this artwork we put together with the North American Pawpaw Growers Association as a poster. And I checked with Ron beforehand, and there are still some of these available. So this is a fundraiser for the North American Pawpaw Growers Association. So sometime either during one of the breaks between presentations or maybe in the chat, someone will put I think you just go to the website, but I'm not sure. Ron will put information, someone will put information about how you can get this if you're interested. It's beautiful, and it's all original artwork. And then the different parts of the pawpaw. So, okay, pardon me. So I'm a food scientist at Ohio University. And so my interest in the pawpaw comes from that side of things. So from the fruit side, as you can imagine. All right, good, everything's working. So the first time that we can find mention of the nutrient content of the pawpaw was from the 1963 what used to be called Handbook 8, the Composition of Foods, the USDA database. And so what you see here is a screenshot of the pawpaw entry, and then I've just made everything big so that we can see it during this presentation. So you can see pawpaws, common North American type raw, and then they had information for the proximates, which means water, calories, protein, fat, carbohydrate, and ash. Those components of the pawpaw. So these are all very reasonable in terms of what we know about the pawpaw today. So 77% water, 85, this is per 100 grams, 85 calories, 5.2% protein, just under 1% fat, 17% carbohydrate, and 0.5% ash. One thing that does stand out to me, however, is that the protein value seems high with what we know today. So one of the things I'll foreshadow about some of the results that we've gotten is that I've never seen anything other than this document that has the protein content in the pawpaw being this high. So that's one thing that we'll talk about. And then on the next slide, there is some indication that there was a lower value in this database, but it's only an indication. Okay, another thing I want to mention is that I couldn't figure out how the edible portion was defined in this database. So it could be that it has the skin, or it could be that it doesn't have the skin. So I went through page by page in the composition of foods to try to figure out if there was a convention. So when it said the entry like pawpaws, whether if it doesn't say peeled or if it doesn't say with skin, but there's really no convention. So sometimes they'll have the name of a fruit and vegetable, comma, peeled, and sometimes they'll have the name of a fruit and vegetable, comma, with skin. So we really don't know if these values are the pulp alone or whether they're with or without the skin. Okay, Ron sent me this a few years ago, which was a personal correspondence from a gentleman named Bob Curley, who wanted to get some work done on the pawpaw on behalf of someone from Australia, and it was done at Texas A&M University. And based on the publication record of the professor who is mentioned in here, this would have been in the 1980s. I don't know any of these gentlemen personally. The values are very reasonable, but what I did want to call out on this personal communication is the very last sentence, which when it talks about protein says, so the sentence before says the protein content of the pulp was found to be 2.38%. This compares with the conflicting values of 0.6 and 5.2% protein for pawpaw in the USDA handbook number 8. So we've just seen the 5.2% value, and I'm guessing, although this is simply a guess, that there was an issue before the 63 issue that listed protein at 0.6. 0.6 is much more, is much closer to what the value for protein in the pawpaw pulp actually is, So the study that we all know about the pawpaw was done in 1982 by Neil Pearson, who's one of the speakers today, kind of the father of most things modern day pawpaw. And this is an excellent study that Neil and his coworkers did on the nutrient content of the pawpaw. Now, what you see in here is not a table from the original paper, but it's a table from a paper that Dr. Kirk Pomper, who's another speaker today from Kentucky State, and Dr. Melanie Dufferin, then at my university, Ohio University, put together. And the reason I'm showing you this is because they call out or make mention of the fact that this pawpaw analysis was done on pulp with skin, although the skin is not considered edible. So, and then they make some conclusions about how the data might change. So one of the things is that because the study was done with skin, it doesn't disqualify the study. This is an excellent study, but it does call into question the fact that when you eat the pulp without the skin, are the values representing what you're actually consuming? Because as I think we kind of know intuitively, skin has a lot of nutritional value. But nonetheless, so for the past 4 decades, this information was used to describe the nutrient content of the pawpaw. Okay, so, and it's always been described, I've always seen it described as protein rich and full of niacin and calcium and iron and magnesium and zinc and potassium and vitamin C and phosphorus, and containing all of the essential amino acids. And most of that, if not all of that, is based on this study from 1982. Now, remember, that statement is accurate if you eat the skin. Okay, so one of the things we didn't have until just recently were the nutrient values for the pawpaw pulp without the skin. Okay, all right, so that's what we wanted to get done, and that's what we'll talk about moving forward here. So, pardon me, there was a Korean study that was done in 2018, so a couple years ago, that was published on many different parts of the fruits, of the tree. So you have the roots and the twigs and the leaves, and of course the fruit and the seeds. I could quibble around the edges about this study because the data for the roots and twigs and leaves was from 1 to 2 year old plants, and the data for the fruit and the seeds was on mature 8 to 10 year old plants. So we don't know what variety it was. So, you know, some of those little things, but nonetheless, the values are very reasonable, and we're interested in what's in the fruit. So these are the values for the proximates on the left, and I'm not going to go through these now. I'm going to put those in context of some of the data that we were able to generate recently as well. But when I say proximates, just an FYI, we're talking about the basic things that make up a food. So moisture, protein, fat, lipid, fat, ash, which are the minerals, and carbohydrates. So the macromolecules plus water and the minerals. And then also they usually put calories in there. Okay, so these are very reasonable values for those. You can see the protein values at 1.5, much lower than the 5.2 on the 63 database. But this was a very, very comprehensive study. It measured 9 vitamins and 8 minerals and all the simple sugars, so 2 monosaccharides, glucose and fructose, the 3 disaccharides, lactose, sucrose, and maltose, complete fatty acid workup, 22 different fatty acids, all the amino acids, all the essential, look for all the essential amino acids and 9 of the 11 non-essentials, which is weird that it didn't do all 11, but that's okay. And then organic acids, these are things like the fruit acids, like tartaric acid or malic acid or citric acid, these kinds of things. A little foreshadowing, they looked for all the essential amino acids and they only found 7 of the 9. So one of the things I will conclude later is that at least based on this data, it's just one piece of data, pawpaw protein is not a complete protein based on this data. Okay. All right. Now, one of the things that they didn't mention, the organizers didn't mention, is that there's a chance to be interactive. Okay. So I've taken that opportunity. So apparently where you see your chat and things, there's an opportunity for you to raise your hand somehow. Okay. All right. So we're going to try this out and see whether it works. Okay. So I've got a very important question for you at this point in the presentation. Okay. So everybody pay attention. You ready? Okay, here we go. Okay. Look at that. Only 4 people are still awake. No, I'm just kidding. All right. I tried to tell a joke. Hopefully you thought it was funny. Now let's segue into the work that Emily and I have done recently. Now, when I say Emily and I, as a professor and Emily is the graduate student, you probably should realize that it was Emily who did all the work and I sat in my office and thought deep thoughts, but nonetheless. So what we were able to do was some money from the Pawpaw Foundation that was earmarked for the nutrient content of the pawpaw was coupled with a very generous grant from the Northern Nut Growers Association, which is the same, I'd have to ask Neil, but it was his work was published in that by them, I guess is a way to say that. So they've been involved in pawpaw and persimmon, I understand, for a long time. And the objectives that we wanted to see, number one, we wanted to define a serving size of the pawpaw, okay? Because I'd never heard anyone out there say, this is the serving size of the pawpaw. We'll spend a little bit of time here talking about why that's important. Then obviously we want to find the nutrient content. And with the goal, the overarching goal of restoring the pawpaw to what is now called Food Data Central, the old handbook number 8. So getting to number 3 on this list, restoring it to the USDA, I've been in contact with them. We had a bit of a disruption in our lives in 2020. The last time I had contact from the USDA was over a year ago, last January. Since then, I've emailed a couple times and I don't really know what's going on. So I got to kind of dig out what's going on. But the last time I talked to the USDA, they said, hi, Rob, we welcome your data in the new Food Data Central. Because we're getting numerous requests, we're putting together requirements for data formats and identification of the growing parameters. These are almost complete. I'll be in touch soon. So this gentleman I haven't heard from again. So either he's been moved on or something, I'm not sure. So that part of it is not there yet. So we don't have the data. We haven't restored the data to the USDA database yet. Okay. All right. Let's talk a bit about serving size, shall we? So one of the things that Emily, who is a dietitian and is an expert in this area, had to figure out was the serving size of pawpaw. And if you look across these different fruits, they're all kind of different. There's some similarities, but it's not like you've got a piece of meat that you can say we're gonna, it's gonna be this big and it's gonna weigh this much, because each one of these things is different. Some have a peel, some have a pit, some you eat the whole thing. Right. So it's a challenging prospect conceptually to figure out what a serving size is, right? Or it's more challenging than you would think. So let's take a peek at what we've got here. From an FDA point of view, the FDA defines so-called reference amounts customarily consumed, okay? These are abbreviated RACC, so they're called RAC values. So these RAC tables or these RAC values are what are used by the manufacturers to generate these nutrition facts panels that you see. Very familiar, right, on all of our foods. So the serving sizes that are there are based on these RAC values. The USDA also uses them in the FSIS, the Food Safety and Inspection Service, which also puts labels on stuff. The thing about these RAC values, though, is that as I understand it, it depends on how much is consumed, so customarily consumed. So if you have a can of soda pop and it's 8 ounces, and you have a bottle of soda pop and it's 12 ounces, what you would customarily consume is the entire can and the entire bottle, even though they're different amounts, right? Different sizes. So the serving size on an 8 ounce can is 8 ounces. The serving size on a 12 ounce bottle is 12 ounces because you're supposed to consume it all, or it's assumed that you're going to consume it all. So these are challenging to think about, you know, how what is the actual serving size there, right? Now there's the button, there's the button. Now the USDA has serving sizes that are much more standardized, and these are used in their food nutrition service programs, okay? So these are things like child nutrition, so all the school lunch programs, those types of things, or the My Plate program, which you see here. And so these are much more standardized serving sizes. So you have, you know, whatever you're serving of fruit is, whatever you're serving of vegetable is, whatever you're serving of protein is, dairy, grains, right? These are standardized. So this is sort of a second set of serving sizes that are out there, okay? All right. Then there are public health organizations. So these initials, AND, stands for the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, used to be called the American Dietetics Association. NCI stands for the National Cancer Institute. They also make serving size recommendations, okay? So I was having a conversation about serving sizes recently with one of my colleagues who's a dietitian, who said that many organizations, not many, but some organizations will try to standardize a serving to be 15 grams of carbohydrate, right? We're talking about fruits and vegetables, to standardize it based on 15 grams of carbohydrate. So that's a whole nother thing, right? So you think, okay, we've got these three things and that's all there is, right? Well, no. So the database that we want to get this into, which is called Food Data Central, I was going to take you there, like do a real fancy thing and like click and take you there. And I thought, well, that's going to blow up in my face if I do that, right? So this is just a screenshot. I went and grabbed a banana, looked at the nutrient content of a banana. So these are in portions. So not servings, but portions. So this Food Data Central wants to be very useful. So they're going to slice and dice, pun intended, the banana into different serving sizes. So 100 grams is the standard. That allows us to look at percents when you have it per 100 grams. Then you have a banana, 126 grams. Now that has the peel on the banana, okay? So there's a yield factor there, but so they're taking that into account. One slice, right? So if you're gonna make a mixed fruit dish and you're gonna put 4 slices of banana on there, you know how much nutrition that provides. A cup or a cup mash, those are two different things. So if you slice the banana into a cup and there's room in there, or if you slice the banana into a cup and you mash it all down so there's no room in there, right? Those weigh two different things. Or a linear inch, which where I come from would be called a hunk, right? So a hunk of banana, right? So those are portions, not servings. So it's a whole big thing. When we put the data in for the Pawpaw, we'll have to put some of this stuff in there. We'll have to think about, right? It can't just be a cup. We'll have to think about it in terms of the Pawpaw, right? So what is the serving size of a Pawpaw? So we're gonna recommend that starting now, this is what we use as a serving size for a Pawpaw, okay? And we, meaning Emily, spent a lot of time determining that in our best judgment, that a serving size of Pawpaw is a half cup of pulp, okay? First thing you might notice is that that picture contains mango, not Pawpaw, okay? Sorry, I didn't have a picture of Pawpaw and I was, you know, with the COVID protocols, it seemed like a whole big thing for me to go into the lab and put some pulp into a thing. Anyway, so half a cup of Pawpaw pulp, Emily measured this out 9,042 times, weighs around 120 grams. Okay, so this is what we're recommending as a serving size of Pawpaw, half a cup or 120 grams. All right, now this is an easy one. You put it on a scale or you use a volume measure to measure out your stuff. But what about for an actual whole Pawpaw? You go out and you pick a Pawpaw. Well, when it comes to a whole fruit, what we're talking about is a medium Pawpaw. So 6 to 8 ounce Pawpaw, okay? That's 6 ounces is around 200 grams and 8 ounces is 250, give or take, grams. So it's going to be about the size of your fist, or it's going to fit comfortably in your fist, that size Pawpaw, okay? Now, Ron Powell and I were having a conversation about this. Statistically, that's actually a big Pawpaw, but you can't tell Pawpaw growers that a half pound of Pawpaw is a big Pawpaw, right? You know, the one you get, this one that wins the biggest Pawpaw at the county fair, those are big ones. So we'll just call it a medium Pawpaw. And when you think about the yield factor in there, you've got skin and seeds that have to come out, okay? So if you have 200 to 250 grams, you take the skin and the seeds out, you're gonna be at about 120 grams that way. So half a cup pulp, 120 grams, or one medium-sized pawpaw about the size of your hand. Okay, 2 small pawpaw if we're going to go down that path. So what we recommend is that it should be the serving size of the pawpaw. Now, when we get this into the USDA database as portions, it will kind of be codified. It'll be codified there a little bit. So it'll be easier for us to continue with that. Okay, so serving size, check that box. What about the nutrient content? So the first thing I want to talk about before we get into the actual nutrient content is that the sampling protocol that we used was dictated by the USDA. Okay, so you just can't run out to a tree, grab a fruit off a tree, take a hunk, put it in a bag, send it to a lab, and then tell the USDA that that little hunk represents every pawpaw that's ever been grown in the entirety of the universe, right? So there has to be a protocol. We were not able to provide, because of money, frankly, we were not able to provide any sort of any sort of geographical diversity, okay? Because these were all grown in Ron Powell's farm in Adams County, Ohio, okay? We were not able to provide any year to year, so growing season diversity, because these were all picked one year, all right? But we did exceed their expectations for varietal diversity. So we had 16 varieties, okay? So what we did in order to satisfy the USDA was we took one fruit from each of 16 varieties, and we pulped it, and we took, I forgot the number, I think it's 100 grams from each fruit, whatever it was the same number for each fruit. Let's call it 100 grams. Took 100 grams from each fruit, and we pooled that together. So we had 1,600 gram portions, one each from each of the varieties. Okay, then we called that composite 1. Then we took a second fruit from each of the 16 varieties, did the exact same thing, made composite 2, and then a third fruit from each variety, pulped it, took the same amount, and made 3 different composites. So they're compositionally identical from a variety point of view, but the fruit that was used in each of the composites was not the same. Then we took those and we split them into 3, right? And we labeled them with random codes. So not what it was, but we labeled them with random codes, and we shipped them on dry ice. And the laboratory that performed the analysis in Cincinnati, it's a commercial operation called the Q Labs, and they performed the nutritional analysis. They knew it was pawpaw, okay, but they didn't know whether there was geographic diversity. They didn't know if they were getting things over different sampling years. They didn't know if they were getting individual varieties. They were just sampling these 9 things based on the 3-digit codes and then sending it back to us. And then we were putting it all together. So good news is when we got the data back, there was no difference in any of the 3 composites, which you wouldn't have expected, but that's one of the reasons that you do that. USDA wants to know that stuff. Anyway, so enough about that. If you have questions about why we couldn't do the other ones or chose not to do the other ones, I'm happy to address those questions later on. But for the interest of time, let's find out what the data was. So the first thing I think would be beneficial is to simply compare the 3 studies. So we had the Neil Peterson study from 1982 that included the skin. We have the study from Korea, which has the pulp only, and we have this more recent study from the Northern Growers Association and Pawpaw Foundation that is the pulp only. So essentially what we're going to do in this comparison is we're going to look at the contribution of the skin. Okay, now there wasn't a lot of difference in energy, a little bit in protein, not too much, a little bit in fat, a little bit in carbohydrate, but not really. Okay, where we start to see, and I can talk to you about those if you want to, but where we really see a difference starting with is in fiber. And both the Korean study and our study is showing that pawpaw pulp is high in dietary fiber. This is a great thing. This is an excellent thing. This is something we want to scream as loud as we possibly can. Because when you have something that's high sugar, and pawpaw's high sugar, and you have fiber there, it tends to lower its glycemic response, right? And that puts it, sort of elevates it on the nutritional side of things. So this is an excellent result that we're finding, that pawpaw is high in dietary fiber, okay? All right. We didn't sample vitamin A, but vitamin A was very similar with or without the skin. Vitamin C. So the Korean study was able to identify or quantify, 18 times less vitamin C. And this value on the right for vitamin C was actually done in my laboratory, not at Q Labs, and we got a 73% reduction in vitamin C. So there's simply not as much vitamin C in the pulp as there is from the contribution of the skin. Similarly for the minerals. So now potassium is another one. There is quite a bit of potassium in a pawpaw, don't get me wrong, but compared to the value that was reported for with the skin, which put it comparable to a banana, we're not comparable to a banana. We're kind of a step down, the sort of next level down from a banana. So 30 to 42% less potassium than was previously reported, about 5 to 8 times less calcium than was previously reported. We didn't do magnesium, but 10 times less magnesium than was reported, 35 times less iron than was reported, and 40% less zinc than was reported, right? And this is simply because the skin of the pawpaw is a fairly nutritious thing with respect to these values, okay? So we're not throwing out the 1982 stuff, because if you eat the pulp with the skin, those values are legitimate, right? But we want to have side by side with skin, pulp only, okay? All right. So let's look at the pawpaw now against other fruits, compared to other fruits on a weight-to-weight basis. So these are all 100 grams. So this does not take into account serving size, okay? Does not take into account serving size. You can see on the left, what I've done on the left is I have little arrows that indicate if it's going up, it means pawpaw's high, in my opinion. In that, if it's side by side, it means it's about the same in the range. If there's arrows pointing down, it means it's lower than that. Okay, so we can go through these fairly quickly. So pawpaw is high calorie compared to some of these other fruits, not as much as a banana, right? So the top three in terms of calories on a weight-to-weight basis would be pawpaw, banana, and a mango. And the caloric contribution comes from its carbohydrates. Protein, it's in range. It's not necessarily a high protein fruit, less than 1%, give or take, right around 1%, give or take, would say. Fat, again, not a high fat fruit. If you compare this at 0.6% fat to an avocado, which is 15% fat, right? So it's just, there's not a lot in there. The nutrient contribution from both protein and fat is low. It is a high carbohydrate fruit, especially because of the sugars. And so again, the highest carb fruits on this list would be pawpaw, banana, and mango. Now, dietary fiber, it's an excellent source of dietary fiber, right? And on a weight-to-weight basis, it's well above any of these other fruits in terms of dietary fiber, even the fruits that you eat with the skin, like an apple, okay? High in total sugars because it's a heavily sweet fruit. We know that already. Vitamin C, already talked about. It's it has vitamin C, but not as much as a banana. Certainly not as much as a mango. And then papaya, pineapple, and strawberry are very high in vitamin C. Calcium and iron, not much to say. There's not a lot here. The contribution is not that significant. They're in the range of these compared to the other fruits. Now, let's talk about potassium. Now, I mentioned that the skin has a bunch of potassium, okay? And we take the skin off, we're going to lose that potassium, but the pulp itself is high in potassium. So not as much as a banana on a weight-to-weight basis, you can see, but higher than anything else, right? So higher than a mango and higher than a papaya, right? So there is a considerable amount of potassium in the pawpaw pulp. Sodium, again, sort of nutritionally not relevant. I have no idea why papaya has 8 milligrams of sodium, whether that's a mistake or not, but we can not worry about that one. So this is on a weight-to-weight basis, but we spent all this time trying to determine a relevant serving size of the pawpaw. So let's do this exact comparison on a serving size basis. So you can see the serving sizes across the top for each of these fruits to which we are comparing the pawpaw, okay? And it doesn't change a whole lot. But one of the things you see is that, and this will kind of make it easy for us to do this, and we didn't pick this out ahead of time because we decided the serving size before we had the nutritional information back. A half a cup of pawpaw pulp or 100 grams of pawpaw pulp is 100 calories. 120 grams of pawpaw pulp is 100 calories. So that's kind of easy to remember, right? Half a cup of pulp is 100 calories, right? So that's not a bad thing. Banana, right around the same. Mango, right around the same, right? Okay. Protein, again, sort of in the range, not high, not low, just, around 1% per serving. Fat, same thing, not high, not low, right around 1% compared to these other fruits. Certainly not a high fat fruit, right, by any stretch. Carbs, we have a high value of carbohydrate per serving, driven by the sugar content and the fiber content, okay? Now, fiber, even when you calculate in serving size, right? So even when you calculate serving size, we have more dietary fiber than eating a medium apple with the skin, okay? So there's a lot of fiber in pawpaw pulp. This is an excellent result. Sugars, we know it's high in sugar. So is a mango, right? So is other sort of sweet fruits, right? Yeah. Vitamin C, we talked about this already. There is some, it doesn't compare to a banana, which is significantly less than a mango, which is significantly less than papaya or pineapple or strawberry, okay? Calcium and iron, same thing, just there's some, it's sort of not nutritionally relevant. Potassium, let's take a look at potassium now. So banana is high in potassium, right? We all know that. Pawpaw has a significant amount of potassium comparable to a mango or papaya, right? So there is a significant amount of potassium in pawpaw. That's a good thing. And then sodium, again, is just, sort of what it is. So we compared it weight to weight. We've compared it per serving, okay? Let's recalibrate what we know about the pawpaw. So what we thought we knew going into these recent studies about the pawpaw pulp was that it was protein rich and that it was high in niacin and calcium and iron and magnesium and zinc and potassium and vitamin C and phosphorus, and it contains all the essential acids, okay? On that list, the only thing that I'm comfortable saying is still true based on the information that we have is that it's high in potassium. Okay, so we need to recalibrate our thinking about the pawpaw. Pawpaw's a fruit, guys. Okay, I know we want it to be something that it's not, but it's not. It's just a fruit, okay, in terms of its nutrient content. Okay, so what do we know about the pawpaw? What differentiates it? Fiber, okay? You get of the DV stands for the daily value. So this is the recommended amount that for Americans that we should be consuming. It's around 19 to 25% of the daily value. That's excellent. That's a high fiber fruit, okay? Potassium, 5 to 6% of the daily value, right? Same thing, not as much as a banana, okay? Not as much as a banana, but what is, okay? So excellent. So fiber and potassium, those are our calling cards for the pawpaw. It's not a rich source of calcium, provides less than 1% of daily value. It's not a rich source of protein, provides about 1% of the daily value, and it's not a complete protein. Now, we really, in my opinion, is that we need to look at this again. This is based on the Korean study. They looked for all 9 essential amino acids. They could only find 7. Okay, you have to have all 9 in a certain amount in order to be labeled a complete protein. Okay, so we're deficient based on the Korean study. The pawpaw is deficient in methionine and tryptophan. Okay, 2 amino acids that are going to be limiting, so-called limiting amino acids for the pawpaw. So can't be a complete protein. So we're all bummed out, right? We're all bummed out. We thought the pawpaw was this thing, right? And that's not, but let's not be bummed out, okay? Let's just look at it for what it is, okay? Pawpaw, to me, we should be comparing the pawpaw in our minds to a banana and a mango, okay? Nutritionally, they're very, very comparable, and each has its own thing, right? So the pawpaw has more fiber than a banana and a mango. The banana has more potassium than the pawpaw and the mango. And the mango has more vitamin C than the pawpaw and the banana. So they each have their thing, but they're all kind of around the same in terms of their nutrient content. There's nothing wrong with being compared to a banana, right? I'll tell you this. I've been working on pawpaw for a long time. I always run into these comparisons with a banana and mango. If you look in the lower right of your screen, that box, years ago, I did a study. I had over 100 consumers. I gave them a little cup that had pawpaw on the inside. I didn't tell them what was in it. I just gave them a little cup of pawpaw. I said, identify the most intense flavor, okay? 64%, almost 2/3, identified banana and mango, okay? Now, 15% couldn't even identify. So when you think about the people that could actually identify a flavor, it was 3 out of 4 identified banana and mango as either as their most intense flavor. Then I said, okay, well, what's the second most intense flavor? And again, topping the list, banana and a mango, right? So it tastes like a banana and a mango. We've known that already, right? So why not compare it to a banana and mango nutritionally? For years, I was monitoring the amount of pawpaw phenolics in the pawpaw. And phenolics is code word for antioxidants. So the scientists out there will look at this and know exactly what I'm talking about. This is a test that simply says how much is in there. Doesn't try to identify what they are or link them to any sort of physiological function, just how much is in there, okay? They're fruit, they got a lot in there. When you look at this, what it compares to is a mango and a banana. So every once in a while, we might have a year where we creep up close to a blueberry or pomegranate or a cranberry, right? This is on a weight to weight basis, but generally we're right in that sort of second range there with a banana and a mango. Okay, so we got a half a cup of serving, weighs 120 grams, is a medium size 6 to 8 ounce pawpaw that nutritionally, flavor wise, antioxidant wise is comparable to a banana and a mango. Okay, that's what I think we should be using as our way to describe the pawpaw based on the data that we've generated.
Mic is, okay, it's on. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Brannan, virtually. Unfortunately, this was pre-recorded, so he's not here to answer questions. If anybody has questions for him, you can find me during lunch or during the day, and I can give you his email address. But since it was a pre-recorded video, our next speaker will also be virtual, but she is going to be live, so she would be available to answer questions. Valerie Libby is from the North American Pawpaw Growers Association, and she's going to be with us to tell us about the North American Pawpaw Growers Association. What do they do? What are some resources that they have available to pawpaw growers in various states? So thank you to Dr. Brannan for allowing us to use the virtual presentation, and welcome Valerie Libby from North American Pawpaw Growers Association.
For hosting this event and inviting us. Today, I'll be providing some background on the organization and sharing some updates. We're a nonprofit dedicated to raising awareness to consumers, supporting professional growers and background growers, backyard growers, and connecting with the pawpaw community. We were established 21 years ago, originally as the Ohio Pawpaw Growers Association, and evolved and expanded to the North American Pawpaw Growers Association under the leadership of our president, Dr. Ron Powell. We're always open to creating new chapters by state outside of Ohio. If you have a group that you'd like to formalize, please reach out to us and we can start a discussion on potential next steps. Our goals are focused around 4 main pillars. First is education and research. In addition to hosting events and workshops, we support academic projects and publish educational materials. Second is outreach. We're on social media. We attend festivals and conferences and are more than happy to send representatives out to speak at events. Third is professional support. I'll dive into this in more detail shortly, but we have several new initiatives in process to help growers with networking and marketing. And finally, community partnerships. We work closely with extension agents and are actively planting and caring for pawpaw trees in public areas. If you're interested in becoming a member, you can visit our website at napga.com and navigate to the About Us section where you can download a form and mail it back in to us. We have different levels of annual memberships for students, individuals, and families. And we also have a lifetime membership option that comes with perks, especially for the annual meeting. And so today I'd like to highlight some of the benefits of becoming a member that helps us to support our broader mission. Historically, we've held our annual meeting at Wilmington College in Ohio. It's been a great event to meet with other growers and learn what's happening in the industry. And we have guest speakers, workshops, and provide access to pawpaw trees and scion wood. But because of COVID, we went virtual this year with our Pawpaw conference. I think it was a really successful event and we were able to reach a much wider audience. You can visit our Facebook page and access the YouTube video for a replay if you're interested. And it includes a great presentation by Dr. Kirk Pomper. We're keeping our fingers crossed that we'll be able to meet in person again in spring 2022. We publish a spring and fall newsletter called Pawpaw Pickins to our members. These updates feature events, topics that are important to growers, recipes, and other relevant news. If you're not a member, you can sign up for our e-news distribution list on our website. These are generally shorter updates and are sent out on a more regular basis. We also offer an in-depth library of educational handouts for our members. They cover a wide range of topics, including pests and diseases, growing tips, marketing, and improving wild native pawpaw patches. Sometimes this information can be kind of challenging to find on the internet, especially for beginning growers, so it's a really helpful resource. We have several new educational handouts and a list of topics that are in process. You can see our current list on our website and submit a request if you'd like to get copies by email. And if our educational handouts aren't able to answer your questions, you can always reach out to our experienced growers for advice or information. The best ways to reach us are on Facebook, or you can visit the contact page on our website. So I learned how to graft at an NAPGA annual meeting in 2018, and my NC1 tree is still going strong, and I still use the tips and tricks that I picked up from that day. The grafting classes have been an annual tradition for the organization, but this year we had to get a little creative. We're hoping to return to in-person workshops in 2022, but in the meantime, if you're interested in learning more, we have really detailed educational handouts and videos on Facebook and YouTube. Now I'd like to switch gears and cover what's new in terms of our upcoming plans and events and that you won't want to miss. So we're planning to revamp our website to make the navigation easier and create more of a one-stop shop for new information and add some more resources and events. And we'll keep you posted on our progress around this project. The question that we get asked most often is, where can I buy trees and fruit? And finding suppliers has been really challenging, especially with recent weather conditions and higher demand. And so one of our key initiatives this year is to publish a comprehensive nursery directory with listings by state that will be available to the public and will highlight our NAPGA growers. And also we're planning to release an exclusive guide for fresh fruit and frozen pulp. In 2018, we published the first edition of our cookbook, The Edible Pawpaw, which was compiled primarily by Ron and Terry Powell. We're down to our last copies, and instead of reprinting, we're working on a new and improved version. Now that we're in peak season, a lot of people are looking for good recipes. So if you're hunting for recipes, I always tell people to check out KSU's dedicated Pawpaw recipe page, especially for the ice cream and the Pawpaw jam. A project that I've been working on behind the scenes is visiting growers in the Midwest to write profiles to share in our newsletters. Next year, we're planning to reinitiate our farm tours so that members have a chance to get together and visit Pawpaw orchards. We think we can do this in a way that's safe with social distancing, and it should be a great opportunity to network and learn from other growers. I'm really looking forward to this, so please stay tuned and stay connected with us for updates. So the Ohio Pawpaw Festival is back on if you're interested in a road trip this week. It's happening starting Friday, September 17th through Sunday, September 19th. Gates open on Friday at 4:00 p.m. at Lake Snowden in Albany, Ohio, which is near Athens. You can visit ohiopawpawfest.com for tickets, directions, and a copy of the agenda by day. And please be sure to visit our NAPGA tent, where we'll have Pawpaw experts there to answer your questions. We'll also have trees and fresh fruit for sale, along with copies of Blake Cothron's new book and much more. Our tent's going to be located next to the main Pawpaw education tent where the presentations will be held. There's going to be lots of great food, arts and crafts, sales of Pawpaw trees by other local nurseries, and beer. Lots of Pawpaw beer. So like I mentioned before, you can follow us on Facebook and keep up to date on Pawpaw news and events and other content. And finally, I'd like to take a moment to remember Terry Powell, who was secretary for the NAPGA, but she did so much more for the organization and the Pawpaw community. She was a true champion and one of the original team members for the Ohio Pawpaw Growers Association. She published a lot of valuable information and was the key driver behind a lot of the recipes that we're able to share. She was also really well known for her winning streak at the Ohio Pawpaw Festival contest for best fruit. She really had a keen sense for picking the best fruit from her farm in Adams County with her husband, Ron Powell, at Fox Paw Ridge Farm, and she is greatly missed. And that wraps up my presentation. Thank you so much, and happy National Pawpaw Day, everybody.
Thank you, Valerie, for your presentation and letting us all know about what the North American Pawpaw growers have going on. Sorry, she's not available to answer questions. I thought she could, but since she's not tied into the audio, she can't hear you all. But lunch will be next and will be soon, but I'm told it was delayed a little bit and is still en route. But that means that we have more time for questions. I think there might have been a few questions for Dr. Pomper or for myself earlier that we didn't get to. So to give us about 10 minutes until lunch is ready, if anybody has any questions from our presentations earlier, then we'd be glad to answer some. I don't know, I guess I'll bring the mic. So you had a question.
What we're going to talk about is the nutrient content of the pawpaw. What we're going to talk about is the
color break in pawpaws, because some turn yellow, but some don't. So is that something you all are looking for?
So that's a really good question because, you know, so some pawpaws have a little bit of a color break. You know, I think about PA Golden being one of those where it turns a little yellow and you think, oh, I can pick it now. And I even see some of that with Susquehanna a little bit where it'll turn just a little yellow. That would be really great if we could harvest based on that color of the fruit instead of whether it's, you know, starting to soften or not. But we've actually taken some of those varieties that have that little slight color break and we've measured the firmness and how ripe they are. And I hate to say it, it's not real well correlated. I wish it was more highly correlated. So that is one of those characteristics in pawpaws that we're looking for in wild collections. Right now we've still got quite a large collection from around the United States. We've looked for that color break. We've looked for hardness too, because I think if it comes down to pawpaw breeding, and Neil Peterson will probably tell you the same thing, you want a fruit that's high pulp percentage, right? So it should be hopefully 5 to 8% only seed. You want it to have it not be too strong a flavor, too sweet, because they really can be almost overpowering sometimes. Susquehanna is pretty sweet, but it's still maybe around 25 bricks of sugar, and it's flavorful, but it's not completely overwhelming. It's kind of like how many avocados can you eat? Some people can eat 2 or 3, but you don't want something that's so overpowering you can't enjoy more than one. Another thing is we would like to have that color break, and we'd also like to have something that's firmer, because right now, for those of you who have tried to transport some pawpaws somewhere, when they're soft, they bruise. And I think Sheri showed a picture of the bruise ring around a pawpaw. It's really hard to ship them. I remember Neil Peterson was testing different shipping, different like foam and even like perlite, and packing the pawpaws in those types of boxes of pawpaws to ship. And almost anything would still bruise a very soft fruit. And so the key is to harvest a fruit before it gets too soft, right, where it's still slightly hard, but not too hard, because if you harvest them before they start to soften, they never really fully ripen. So these are all characteristics that we're looking at. And, with KSU Atwood, we looked at that compared to all of Neil Peterson's. That's what we're kind of looking. We're looking for all those traits and even some more, because sometimes it's the actual tree itself that we're concerned about also, whether it produces fairly early, its growth habit, whether it's vigorous or not. Rappahannock is one that a lot of people hear about, which is another Neil Peterson selection, and it has kind of a strange almost growth habit it's almost like a broom. It has a lot of stems that come out, and it's not very strong leader like a lot of the varieties we have. And to be honest, it breaks a lot, and it really has trouble in wind. If you were planting that in a windy site, wherever you are, you're gonna have a lot of trouble with that. So there's a number of different things that we look for, and there is no perfect pawpaw. I wish there was, but there's not, because every one of them has really good qualities and maybe a few negative qualities. And it's just like apples. There's no perfect apple either, right? Honeycrisp is really good, but it tends to be a little variable in its quality on trees even. People don't know that as an apple variety. But so that's a good question. And I really wish we could find a stronger yellow color when it starts to ripen. And we're out there looking for that. So if anybody ever sees that in the wild, they really should tell us about it, because we'd love to get a sample of it, grow it up, and then use it in our breeding. So, good question. Other questions out there? Rappahannock, it's called Rappahannock. Yeah, it's one of the early releases. I think it was Rappahannock, Shenandoah, and Susquehanna were the 3 original releases by Neil Peterson. Other questions?
A virtual question. In addition to the central leader, is it ideal to prune using an open center style?
So, a lot of times you'll see an open center style used for peach trees or hazelnut trees. And the idea behind that is that you've got limbs that go out, and it's kind of, there's nothing in the center, right? It's kind of a vase almost. And that is probably not a good idea with pawpaw, for the very reason we just kind of talked about with the wind breakage of limbs. Because with pawpaw, they do tend to have fairly weak branches. If they get very many fruit on a branch, it's probably going to break pretty easily unless it's a real right-angled branch, right? And that's why we talk about that central leader pruning, because with that central leader pruning, it really is at least maximizing the possibility that it's going to survive the wind. And so if it's more of an open like that, it's a little tougher to get that real right-angled branching. And the other reason they do that open center for like peaches and for hazelnuts, at least for peaches, it allows more sunlight to get in to the tree and help ripen up and color the peaches, right? But that's not really an issue so much with pawpaws. With hazelnuts, they do it because they want to maximize the amount of light getting in, and it'll actually result in higher number of flowers for nuts to set on next year. So that's a reason why some of those types of different growing styles are used, or pruning styles for different trees. Good question. Next question.
All right, Miss Cindy over here has a question. Are there any sensitivity issues associated with consuming the fruit?
That's a good question. So like any other fruit, like if it's strawberries or anything else, there are going to be a few people who might be allergic to pawpaw. I'll tell you something that we hear about almost every year, and I'm not sure Sheri dwelled on it, but when we use one of these devices to extract the pulp, right, when we're removing the pulp from the seeds, oftentimes one or two seeds get in to that pulp, right? Or maybe you accidentally grind up a seed and that little bit of seed gets in the pulp. Well, in the pawpaw seed itself are alkaloids, right? Just inside the seed. And those alkaloids used to be extracted out of seed by Eli Lilly to make an emetic, right? To make people throw up if they ate something. That's how strong that alkaloid is that's in the seed. So that's why you don't want to have any pulp extraction process end up damaging a seed and some of that inside of the seed get into the pulp. Because then we'll hear people, oh, I made pawpaw bread and I felt sick from it. And very likely what happened is that some of the inside of that seed maybe the seed got broke and a little bit of the inside of the seed got in with the pulp. And so that is something we hear about almost every year happening. So there's that, which is not an allergic reaction, but a processing issue, and that's why you got to be very careful and why we're looking at machines that we don't want to damage the seeds when we're extracting. But like anything else, there are some people who are allergic to pawpaws. You'll hear about it every so often. I don't know of anybody who's had a really, really strong allergic reaction, but like any other fruit, strawberries, anything else, it's always possible. Great. Next question.
Would you plant the pawpaw tree the seed in a shaded area, and then later, in order to get the fruit, you need full sun? Is that what you were saying this morning?
It's a possibility to do that. So here's the thing: is when you've got a pawpaw seedling that's maybe only about a foot tall. In the native understory, right, it's shaded. And so if you put that little tree or little seedling out into full sun, it may really have a lot of trouble because, it's really going to be hurt by the sun. The UV light and other things will hurt it. And so you could, potentially plant a seedling kind of sheltered near another tree. Now, the problem is it's kind of like a law of diminishing returns. If you put it too far under the tree and then that tree kind of reduces the light too much and uses the water and the nutrients, then there's competition which will keep that seedling from growing very quickly, right? But if you put it a little further away so it still gets shade half the day or something, then it might be a beneficial thing. But the main thing is you got to control the grass and the weeds around that seedling too, because you'd be amazed. We've grown pawpaw trees out here in the orchard with grass around them and without grass, and it's just amazing how much reduction in growth you'll see even just from grass being around a tree. And you'll see that in peaches and apples too. You really do need to control. Grasses really will cause the competition. So in the end, you might be better off to use one of these plastic tree shelters and just put it out in full sun, or you just have to be willing to maybe a year or two into that be pruning back or destroying that other tree, so it gets full sun. Yep, good question. Other questions?
Yeah, we have one more from a virtual guest who said, I have an allotment near Amsterdam, Netherlands. I planted 2 pawpaws in March of this year, Overlease and NC12. The trees are currently as tall as I am. They flowered, but there was no fruit. I tried to help with pollination using a paintbrush, but it didn't work. Are they too young?
So that's another really common question we'll get. And so a lot of times you're going to get trees that may be about as tall as I am. I'm actually about 5'9", but about 6 feet tall. And they'll flower really strongly, and then you won't get many fruit or any fruit even. And sometimes it's just a situation where the tree has to get just a little larger yet to be able to hold the fruit on. So it might even have little clusters develop and then they abort. You'll even see that. But really, pawpaw, it takes a certain canopy volume, I guess I will say, in order for it to actually hold on to fruit. I've got a Benson tree on campus, and it's about 8 feet tall now, and it had one cluster on it, and I know it flowered many flowers last year, didn't get any fruit, and this year it had one cluster, and it's not very broad across either. So next year it's probably going to be about 10 feet tall, and it's probably going to have a whole bunch of clusters on it. So that kind of gives the idea it's probably not a cross-pollination issue. It's just that it's going to be one more year before that tree really can hold on to those fruit clusters. There is always the possibility of nutritional issues. If you saw kind of yellow chlorosis in the tree, that it could be that, but if you don't see that, it's probably not.
As a backyard grower, are there any ideal complementary fruit trees to plant next to the pawpaw trees?
Well, I think, I've actually got probably about 6 pawpaw trees now at my house. It's right next to a peach tree, not a problem. I don't think there's any issues really as long as they're far enough apart that they're not using each other's resources, right? That's going to be the key, just like anything else. And when you use like about if it's a small peach tree and a small pawpaw tree, if they're 10 feet apart or 12 feet apart, that's good. If the peach tree is much larger, then it probably needs to be further away, right? So it doesn't shade out the pawpaw or outcompete it. So it's kind of an issue of how big the trees are and what the competition is. But you can definitely plant pawpaws and peaches next to each other. It's just that you got to realize the pawpaw is going to grow slower than the peach tree and the apple tree, right? And it's going to produce fruit later than the apple and the peach tree. Those are, I guess, we talk about pawpaw just being one step out of the woods sometimes, right? It's just been domesticated. Apples and peaches have been bred for many years. We've bred for early fruit production in apples and peaches, so they're going to produce fruit earlier than our pawpaws right now. And so that we're working on that, but that's going to take a while because we're just getting started. In fact, we had a person visit from Ocean Spray a while back, and he came here and for about 3-4 days, and he said, "Pawpaw reminds me of where cranberry was 50 years ago," which, but it shows you kind of where we are, because it's really not as well developed a crop as in apples and peaches. So we've got a ways to go. But once again, a pawpaw, definitely the varieties we have are really good, excellent flavors and usefulness on a lot of those trees. Any other questions? Yep.
I've heard a lot about how you're not supposed to dehydrate pawpaw fruit. Has there been any studies or research on why that is and what occurs there?
Well, it's certainly a true thing, because he was commenting about if you dry pawpaw fruit, make a fruit leather, dehydrate pawpaw pulp, that is not a good idea. It does, when you eat that leather, it will make you sick. And there's a lot of thoughts about that. It could be kind of an enzymatic reaction that occurs. It could just be that, that you're condensing other things together. It doesn't make a lot of sense, because obviously you can eat any type of other fruit that's dehydrated, but for whatever reason, that's why we think it might be some type of enzymatic thing that goes on. It will make you sick to eat it. And so it is just an odd thing, but there will never be a pawpaw leather market. I can guarantee you that. And it's just an odd, one of those unique things about pawpaw. Other question?
I was wondering how often and for how many years do you have to fertilize the tree?
It's pretty much every year, and so that's the thing with pawpaws or apple trees. You know, you're trying to grow a tree up quickly, so it's going to require quite a bit of nutrition. And then having a crop every year on a tree, it requires quite a bit of nutrition. So we've done a number of studies looking at, you know, what is required. Most of the time, if you're using a fertilizer, the first year you might want to apply about a half a cup of 10-10-10 fertilizer or feather meal or other. Nature Safe is a feather meal, which is a organic fertilizer you could use too. Otherwise, use 10-10-10. And then the next year, you'd probably put on about a cup in the winter before they start to leaf out. So probably be in February or March, you would actually put the fertilizer on so that it will be useful for the tree to grow in the spring. And each year we do, and we will actually apply some fertilizer too later in the spring, sometimes if we're trying to push the trees to grow. But you gotta be a little careful. You don't want to over fertilize, and we do have some fertilizer recommendations. You can look on our website. You know, if you're starting to put like 4 or 5 cups of nitrogen on a 3-year-old tree, that's too much, right? It's probably going to be about 2 cups of 10-10-10 you might be able to get away with, but you don't want to burn the tree either and give it too much nitrogen. But it is important to keep fertilizing them because you will get the tree to grow quicker, to get and come into production, right? The quicker you can get that tree up to 8 to 10 feet, the quicker it's going to produce fruit. And then you're going to continually fertilize it, and so it keeps growing out new growth because pawpaw flowers on last year's wood, right? So whatever grows out this year, that's where the flower buds come from for the next year. So if you don't continually recycle those branches through pruning and fertilization, you're not going to have many pawpaw fruit. Yeah, so that's a good question. Other questions?
Yeah, we have another virtual one. How deep does the taproot typically extend into the ground for a mature fruit-producing pawpaw tree?
So, that taproot can go down a long ways, even with some of the 1 and 2 year old seedlings, it's going down 4 or 5 feet even. And so my guess is, I don't think we've ever dug up a mature tree and looked at how far that taproot goes down, but it would not surprise me if it's going down 10, 15 feet at least. And, and that's what we often say, well, you want to plant on deeper soils, and that's what Sheri was saying too. And out here, I can tell you the shallow soils and the deeper soils across the orchards, because the shallow soils, that taproot's not going down as far, and there's not as big a reservoir then of soil to hold nutrients and water. And so I can tell you exactly when they need to be irrigated based on certain trees being on shallow parts of the soil. So the key is, you don't get to necessarily always pick where you're going to plant your pawpaws. You have the land you have, and it just means that if you don't have as deep a soils, you're going to be probably irrigating and fertilizing more often. But they will find their way down. I know with some of these soils that we have here in Franklin County, Kentucky, we've got a lot of limestone floaters, and I know that those roots will find their way down between those limestone floaters and establish a tree yet anyway. So pawpaw finds its way, but you do need to support the tree's growth with fertilization and water, especially on those shallow soils. Other questions? Got a question over here.
Given enough irrigation, is it possible to grow pawpaw in arid climates, or are there too many challenges?
That's a good question. Now, you will find folks that have planted pawpaws I'm not sure it's every state, hopefully not all the northern states, because they're going to be pretty disappointed. They really don't, as I said, they don't survive in Zone 4, but we have had people planting in Arizona and Utah in arid and high light level areas. And of course, I've had people tell me, oh, the light levels are going to be too high, it's going to hurt the tree. No, they tend to survive when people plant them there. But I think it's also, they are going to require quite a bit of irrigation. And especially in an arid setting, that's what it's going to take. And so they're still going to need water, a lot of water. They're still going to need fertilization. So I do think you can grow them in a more arid area. But once again, taking them out of their native range and stressing them more, you're going to have to provide more water and nutrients to try and balance that out. And the tree may suffer a little bit more, but I have I know people have been able to grow them in Utah and Arizona. Yeah. Other questions?
If you did a planting, what do you use for irrigation? A drip, orchard drip, or what?
Right, that's a good question. So what we'll use is, we actually do several different things. Sometimes we will even use T-tape and just let it run for very long periods of time. Otherwise, we will use, like these 1-inch lines or half-inch lines, I should say, with an emitter that puts out about 1 gallon per hour, and we will just run that for 24 hours at a time. Sometimes it's a challenge to provide these larger mature trees enough water, with that type of system, but that is a very efficient way of using water. And here at the K-State Farm, we actually have city water, right? Because we don't really have any well areas to put a well in, so we do try and reduce our water use. And so that type of emitter system is what we've been using, and we can get away with it. And Jeremy's done a lot of work with irrigation out here, but it can be done. It's just that some of the bigger trees is going to be tough maybe to stay ahead of a really dry year. Because I remember a few summers here where literally it rained 1 inch one time, right, in the months of July and August, and that was really a rough year that year. We just couldn't put enough water in the trees to really balance out for the size of the tree and the amount of water that they needed. But otherwise at home, once again, I've done soaker hoses at my trees at home. Once they become established, if they're a 15, 20-foot tree, they will go down there and they'll find more water. As I said, if you got a deeper soil, you'll be better off for a while. But when you get into these extreme drought conditions, then you are going to have to go to a system like an emitter system or T-tape will work pretty well. Another question. Yeah, I guess, and that's kind of the tricky thing is about how much pruning or training can you really do with a pawpaw tree. And I will say that Jeremy and I have found that if you are too vigorous in pruning or training a pawpaw tree, you can kill it because they don't take quite as much pruning and training as, say, apple or peach. So I think that could be a challenge. I think you can train them the way we showed earlier with this central leader system, and then you can start trying to do replacement branches. There's one thing that's weird about pawpaws, it's kind of planar. If you notice that, the buds are kind of on one plane, and so when you do that central leader planing, all the branches kind of come out of one side, but you will get a few branches that start developing out the adventitious shoots, and you can try and promote that. But yeah, if you start doing any type of trying to keep them dwarfed, or if you try and keep them open in the center, that vigorous of pruning is probably going to be detrimental to the livelihood of the pawpaws. And one other thing is you do want to keep pruning pawpaws because you do want to keep recycling, as I said, the branches to put out more flowers for fruit, but it does also lengthen the life expectancy of the tree. Pawpaw is not an exceedingly long-lived tree. It's sort of like peach, and so by 20 years into an orchard, you're probably thinking about replacing a lot of those trees. That's something to think about because they do tend to, Neil Peterson started noticing this, once they get to about 20 years, you will probably start losing, 1 to 3% of your trees every year to mortality. And so after a while, you're really losing a lot of trees after a few more years. So it's better to plan on replacing trees in your orchard or starting a new orchard. And once again, we haven't looked at apple replant is a problem if you're putting them right back in the same spots. Probably would stay away from that too with pawpaw. You're building up organisms in that same place. I would plant in between the rows or start a new block and slowly rotate out into another orchard if I had the land to do that. Or if you got the site on your property in your backyard, I'd start another patch in another site. Any other questions? I think the food has arrived, and so we'll be restarting, I guess a little after 1 now because we're going to need to leave a little time. We are going to start at 1. Okay, well, we're starting at 1, so eat quickly. No, I'm just kidding. But we'll start back on 1, and I'll be around if you have any other questions. Thank you.
Welcome to the Harold R. Benson Research and Demonstration Farm, located on Mills Lane in Franklin County in central Kentucky.
Originally purchased in 1986 as 203 acres, the farm's total acreage today is almost 300. The farm has space for research projects ranging from soil management to livestock nutrition to urban agriculture. Researchers grow and study organic hemp to help Kentucky farmers who are new to the crop. Honeybees are studied and protected to ensure the future of the honeybee population and the plants they pollinate.
The conception rates of 100 meat goats are studied here, as well as rotational grazing methods and nutritional supplements. And that's just to name a few of the research projects happening every day. The farm is also home to the Center for Sustainability of Farms and Families, a multifunctional building with a commercial kitchen for processing and food preparation. Delicacies like Pawpaw jam have been prepared here. Since 1994, researchers have grown more than 2,000 pawpaw trees from 16 states on the farm in the USDA National Colonial Germplasm Repository. At the Gene Bank, which draws visitors from all over the world, researchers work to improve the growing of the pawpaw, a banana, mango, pineapple flavored fruit that's native to Kentucky. The farm serves as a real-world laboratory for Kentucky State University researchers and extension agents. From sunrise to sunset, they apply thoughts, ideas, and science to the land.
One county over is Kentucky State University's Environmental Education Research Center, a space for protecting and enhancing 308 acres of Kentucky's wild lands. Located in Pleasureville in Henry County, the EERC includes a 1.6 acre pond, 6.5 miles of walking trails, and sites for anthropology, aquatic sciences, forestry, biology, and science education. The EERC is a collaborative learning facility where people from across the Commonwealth can learn about the environment by observing plants and animals while walking the trails, studying the fish that live in the pond, and more.
Hi, my name's Sheri Crabtree. I am a horticulture research and extension associate at Kentucky State University. And today we're making pawpaw ice cream. So what is a pawpaw? This is a pawpaw fruit that we have right here. Pawpaw is the largest tree fruit native to the United States. So you can find it growing wild in the woods. It's usually part of the understory of hardwood forest. You can find them growing along rivers and streams. But people are also growing them in orchards, just like apple orchards and peach orchards. There are commercial pawpaw orchards. And also you can grow them yourself at home. So this is what the fruit look like. The skin is green. Even when they're ripe, they're mostly green. Sometimes they have a slight yellow color break. If you have never tasted pawpaw fruit before, the flavor is kind of a blend of mango and banana. So let's cut them open, see what they look like inside. So they have a yellow colored flesh. Some of them, this one is a little bit lighter yellow. Some of them will be a little bit more orange, yellow orange. This one is a little bit bruised. So when they are ripe, they are soft. So similar to a ripe avocado, they have a creamy texture. Let me cut this one open. And you can see they have this row of seeds down the middle. This is a good example of an orange fleshed pawpaw. So you see the range from yellow to orange. So pawpaw is in the custard apple family. It has, like I said, this tropical flavor, kind of a banana mango flavor. And it's actually the only temperate member of that family. The rest of the family are tropical plants, including tropical fruits like cherimoya and custard apple and soursop. So pawpaw is the only member of that family that can grow in areas where it gets cold, where it gets below freezing. So that's why it has kind of this tropical appearance and tropical flavor. So what can you do with pawpaws? Like I said, they're soft when they're ripe. They have a short shelf life. So they either need to be processed and frozen or put in the refrigerator or used right away, because when they're ripe, they have a shelf life of only 2 or 3 days. And right now is when they're starting to get ripe here in this area. Late August through late September is pawpaw season. You can find them at farmers markets or sometimes at small local fruit markets or natural food stores. And some people also like to go and forage for wild fruit. So if you have pawpaw fruit, we're going to show you some things that you can do with them. You can use them in recipes and baking similar to banana. So if you like to make banana bread, banana muffins, you can substitute pawpaw for banana. Jam, wine, beer, yogurt, smoothies, things like that. But today we're going to make what a lot of people's favorite item is, which is pawpaw ice cream. It's a really simple recipe that you can make at home. So the first step is you take your ripe fruit, cut it in half, just like we've already done, and you need to remove the skin and the seeds. The skin and the seeds are not edible. So that's the first step. And this is my favorite way to do it at home. I'm going to put on some gloves because this is a little bit messy, this part. It depends on how many fruit you're processing. If you have more fruit, you might want to use a food mill or something to make it a little bit faster. But if you're only processing a few fruit, I like to use these mesh bags. It's actually a laundry bag, but it's good for this purpose too. So you cut the fruit in half, and you want to take a spoon and run it around the edge of the fruit. The skin has a really bitter flavor, so you want to make sure when you do this that you don't get any skin in with the fruit, and you don't even scrape it too close to the skin to get some residue of the skin in the fruit. So we're going to put it in the mesh bag. Make sure we get all of that good pawpaw. So we're going to remove the seeds and kind of the sac that's around the seeds that's a little bit fibrous, and kind of puree the fruit almost using this bag. You can also use a colander. You could scoop this into a colander and push it through with a spoon. I think this is a little bit easier and quicker. And it's also fun. You get to squish your hands around and pawpaw pulp. So this is some that we have already processed. This is what the pureed pawpaw pulp looks like. But you just want to get it in the mesh bag, hold it over the bowl or container that you're wanting it to go in, and just squeeze, and it comes out through the mesh. Like I said, it's a little bit messy. That's why I put the gloves on. And we already have about the amount that we need for our ice cream in this container. So just topping it off. Okay, so I will set that aside. So we've got our pawpaw puree. And this is how we make the pawpaw ice cream. So first you want to take your puree, put it into the bowl. And this is a really simple recipe. Doesn't call for eggs. You don't have to heat it or make a custard. So we're going to get, that's 1 cup of ripe pawpaw puree. And so into 1 cup of ripe pawpaw, we're going to add 1.5 cups of sugar. There's 1 cup and a half. I'm going to go ahead and stir that together to get it nice and smooth before we add the milk and cream. And this is for a home countertop ice cream maker, which holds 1.5 quarts. So if you're using a large ice cream maker, like one of those that has the big bucket that fits into the bucket of ice and salt, then you can double this recipe. If the recipe's doubled, it will make closer to a gallon. So we've got the sugar and the pawpaw pulp mixed together. Then we're going to add 2 cups of cream and 2 cups of milk. Let's measure 2 cups, and this is heavy cream, heavy whipping cream. And I'm gonna whisk it in a little bit at a time so it incorporates better. And if you want to have this extra smooth, you could mix it up in a blender or food processor also. All right, so there's our cream. Stir that in a little more. And 2 cups of milk. Oops. Measure that out. All right, and again, slowly add it so it incorporates better. And again, you could mix it up in a blender or food processor if you wanted. Get all of that pawpaw out of the measuring cup. All right, so this is mixed together. I am going to get the freezer portion of the ice cream freezer and put that in, and we will pour our ice cream mixture in. All right, so we got our hopper out of the freezer. Let's put it in place. You want to make sure you put the paddle in before you pour the ice cream mixture in. Get the lid on, and we're going to turn this on. And slowly pour the ice cream mixture in as this turns. I'm making a little bit of a mess there. All right, so all of our Pawpaw ice cream mixture is in the ice cream freezer. And this varies, of course, by what kind of ice cream freezer you're using. These are pretty fast. These take usually about 15 minutes. And again, you can use a larger ice cream maker with ice and salt. I would double the recipe if you were using it in a larger ice cream maker. This makes about 1.5 quarts. So we're just gonna wait for this to freeze, and then we're gonna have some Pawpaw ice cream. All right, so our Pawpaw ice cream is done. You see it has thickened up nicely in our ice cream maker. So let's scoop some out. So we'll take the paddle out. You see it's thickened up really nicely. If you like a soft serve texture, you can eat it straight out of the ice cream freezer. If you want it to be a little bit firmer, you can put a container and put it in the freezer to freeze a little bit harder. So let's get this out into a container. See, it's a nice soft serve consistency right now. That's how I like it. But put it in our freezer container. You see, this has a really nice creamy texture. Pawpaw having that creamy texture, similar to ripe avocado texture, I think it's really good in things that are smooth and creamy, like ice cream and custard and smoothies and things like that. The texture of the fruit really lends itself to recipes like ice cream. And I mentioned you can bake with Pawpaw. I personally like Pawpaw best in ice cream and smoothies and recipes where it is not baked. You get this really nice, fresh, tropical Pawpaw flavor. So again, you can store this in the freezer, let it get a little bit firmer. I think I'm gonna scoop out a little bit right now and try. Get some in a cup. So you see it has the yellow-orange Pawpaw color. You see some little flecks of Pawpaw pulp in there, but overall it's a really smooth, creamy ice cream. Let's give it a taste. Really nice. Pawpaw has this tropical flavor. Again, the best description is a blend of banana and mango, but really Pawpaw has its own unique kind of tropical, tutti fruity flavor and really nice, creamy, smooth ice cream that it makes. So today we used fresh Pawpaw pulp. Since Pawpaws are in season right now, we used fresh right out of our orchard. But you can freeze Pawpaw pulp for longer term storage. Remember, they have a short shelf life when they're ripe. So if you want to keep them for a long time, freezing is the best way to do that. So you would still have the same steps that we showed earlier of cutting the fruit in half, scooping out the insides, and either putting it through the mesh bag or through a colander or a food mill. And then that Pawpaw puree that we showed that we put into this ice cream, you can put into freezer bags and freeze for longer term storage. And this is what that looks like. And so this way you can use Pawpaw year round. The Pawpaw season is fairly short. Pretty much the month of September, the first 3 weeks of September is the peak in this area. So this way you can use Pawpaw fruit year round. You can make Pawpaw ice cream, Pawpaw jam, Pawpaw bread year round with the Pawpaws that you grew at home. So I hope that you will try this at home with some Pawpaws that you either grew yourself or find at your local farmer's market this year and enjoy some Pawpaw ice cream. Thank you.
We used to be entrepreneurs, my husband and I still are, but working a good job in the city, and it's kind of like that song Proud Mary. We just left it all and decided that we were going to become farmers and take control of our food. And I knew that I wanted to produce raw milk. I knew I wanted my kids to drink raw milk. Read about the laws as far as consuming. You have to own the animal in order to drink milk from it in Kentucky. And I knew that I would operate a herd share one day and do this with other families. So our farm is basically about really relationships, and we do this work with herd share owners. And so we created a space for other families to have and take part of what we do. We do all the work and they support that work. So we're really located in a place that allows you to come out. It's easy access for people to come here and pick up their products. And we wanted to be in Fayette County. There's a price to pay for that, but we also did that because we want to be able to allow the community to come here. And so that was very important to me, is where our farm was going to be located. I've got involved with Kentucky State through an invitation for their Third Thursday program. And so I started out going to K-State looking at those things and really enjoy the educational aspect of it.
Seeing Slack Market Farm grow and sustain and really fight to find its place, and now you're your small farmer of the year. So that hard work has definitely paid off, and we're appreciative to be on the journey with you.
My relationship with my owners means the world to me. When I invited them for this time today with us, when I was told we were awarded this, I immediately sent a text out to them. Like, look what happened, look what we did. I don't do a herd share because of, it's, some people look at it and say, oh, that's how you get around not being able to sell milk. If they changed the law today and allowed milk sales on farm, I'd still operate a herd share, because I feel it's your responsibility and it's my responsibility to show you, and there has to be a level of trust with your farmer.
When you think about mass-produced food, you think about what all goes into producing a gallon of milk, and they sell it in the supermarket for $1. So what does that tell you about the corners that they're cutting to get it down to such a low price? And the quality you're not getting because they've cut so many quarters to produce that. And here, that doesn't happen. You can tell by the quality of the product that you're getting that it was done right. And you can see the life of the animals. They live a good life here. And I feel good about that. Also, just seeing that my money is going to benefit a local family and a local farm, and it's going back into our community, and that's a big deal to me too.
We love to be community-based and community involved with like the African American community and really with every community, but we look at underserved kids and try to help bridge the gap for underserved kids coming here to learn about agriculture. And so we're really into having farm school, and I have a nonprofit program as well for kids that are terminally ill and underserved community kids to come out and do things. So we've done a seed time and harvest program. We grew a gourd garden. And so every year we try to do things through that program as well that's helping bridge the gap with the community and bring agriculture into the lives of people who wouldn't have a chance or a choice to experience it.
right, welcome back. I hope everybody here in person enjoyed lunch. If you're still eating, please feel free to keep enjoying your lunch, finish your lunch up, but we're going to go ahead and get started with our afternoon speakers. So our first session, we're going to talk about Pawpaw value-added products, so things that you can make out of pawpaw fruit. And we have people from several local wineries, breweries, and distilleries. They're going to talk about pawpaw products that they make, how they make them, and their experiences with them. So our first speaker is going to be Tim Luscher, who is joining us here from Sig Luscher Brewery that is here in Frankfurt, and they have made a pawpaw beer the last several years. So he's going to join us and tell us a little bit about that. So thank you, Tim. You can
But yeah, that's much better. Hi. Yes, as Sheri said, I'm Tim Luscher with Sig Luscher Brewery. If you have not been by our brewery, we are downtown Frankfurt. Some of us know we're there. Some of us have known we've been there for a very long time, and a lot of people have forgotten we were there. Sig is my great-great-great-grandfather, and we've been in Frankfurt since 1865, started the brewery in 1866, and we're still going at it. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about, obviously we're up here to talk about Pawpaws. I've got to give you a little bit of some information so you understand how that we use Pawpaws versus pretty much anything else, and how we can kind of use our Kentucky Proud products a little bit more efficiently. Start with, though, as I said, we are a brewery. I'll ask a little bit of audience participation as we go through this. Usually when I talk to people, I ask, basically, why do we drink beer? And it's a very simple answer. Water will kill you. And historically, that's true. Water's bad, beer is good. So most little towns and villages always had their brewery. Beer can be made from a lot of things, but generally beer only has 4 ingredients. And we try to adhere to that. There's actually laws in Germany for it. It's got to be water, hops, malted barley, and yeast. Of all those 4 ingredients, yeast was only recognized as an ingredient in 1996. And there is a purpose I'm going this, we're going to get to the Pawpaws here in a second. Got a great crowd here. I'm going to ask another question because most people don't get it, and I'll just go ahead and answer it. How many styles of beer in the world? There's 2. We generally make one, which is a lager. The other style of beer is ale, and that's really the only 2 types of beer. With the Pawpaws, we make a sour, which is a type of ale. And so to give you the difference of the yeasts, and this is a little bit more technical that I probably want to get into, but a lager is low and slow, meaning you have to brew it at cold temperatures. That's why you see a lot of breweries up north, not so many in the south historically. We were one of the most southern. An ale is hot and fast, meaning it brews at room temperature and does it very quickly. A lager is going to take you about 31 days. We do the ales, which we make very few of, takes about 8. And that's what's in the tanks right this minute. We started the brewing of the Pawpaw Sour last Wednesday, I believe, and we should finish it up next week. So it takes 8 to 10 days. And how we brew it's very differently. So the lagers are what we're known for. That's what we historically did. I will give a shout out a little bit to my grandfather, or great-great-great-grandfather, because since we did lagers, and we're being in Kentucky, as we all know, it's very hot, you can only brew lagers when it's cold outside or you have enough ice. So in Kentucky, that was a much shorter time period. So you generally, you brewed in the winter, you cut the ice off the pond streams and rivers, you held them, and then you brewed as much beer as you could until it all melted, and then you went and did something else, probably agriculture. We did have lager caves in downtown Frankfurt. They now sit underneath the transportation building. We're hoping bits and pieces of them are still there. Why is this really important? Because all breweries had lager caves. The difference with SIGs is we're kind of deviating off the Pawpaw a bit, but most people enjoy ice in their beverages, ice in their bourbon, air conditioning, refrigeration. You're welcome. SIG invented the ice machine. So a little tidbit about Frankfort, Kentucky. SIG invented the first commercial ice machine, which then spawned all the other benefits such as AC from that, but he did that to make beer. Once again, that's a lager. I'm throwing out tidbits. Let's go back to the Pawpaws and how you can use them. Many of you, I'm assuming since you're here, you're familiar with Pawpaws. They're very, very messy. We are thankful for K-State and I'm thankful for this opportunity to stand up and speak with you, but most importantly, I'm thankful for them to process it for us. We've done it one time with fresh Pawpaws. It was an entire day. It messed up everything we had, and until K-State was gracious enough to help us with it, we swore we'd never do it again. But we're thankful we do. We do it once a year, obviously at this time of the year. We do it a two-stage process. So as I mentioned, we normally do lagers, where this is an ale. To give you an idea, those 4 ingredients, anything after those 4 ingredients is called an adjunct, and this is brewing terminology. It's like Breyer's ice cream, the best, keep it simple. We try to keep everything at Sig Luscher as simple as possible. There's only about 3 beers we use adjuncts in. All the flavors of beer come with how you can roast and malt the barley and what hops you put into it and the strain of the yeast. But with a Pawpaw, it's an adjunct to us as well. We do a strawberry Hefeweizen. When strawberries in season, I would love to come back and talk to you about strawberries. The reason we do a strawberry Hefeweizen is the fact that we've grown strawberries in Franklin County since 1871 as a family, so we thought we'd keep it going in one of our beers. But that's also the reason we're doing the Pawpaw. It's a local product that we really want to expose to people that have never, ever really had the Pawpaw. As all of you know, it's got that really nice kind of banana mango flavor that just goes really well with a light beer. The type of beer that we do with the Pawpaw, though, is called a sour, and it is a type of ale. But the difference being a sour and a normal ale, you would add commercial yeast to a normal ale. With a sour, it's the yeast that's in the air around you. We actually attract that yeast by adding yogurt to our mix and let it do its job. But we do use the Pawpaws in 2 different stages, one in the fermentation. So once we get it brewing, cool it off, and as the yeast is doing its thing, we put some of the Pawpaw in there and let the yeast eat the Pawpaw, and that gives us one level of flavor. And then as of today, my brewmaster, Dylan Greenwood, who's at the brewery right this minute, kind of finishing it off, we'll take the rest of the Pawpaws and add it into the tank as it finishes in our bright tank, and it kind of infuses the beer with that Pawpaw flavor. Needless to say, our Pawpaw Sour doesn't last long. It'll last about a day, meaning that's how fast people drink it. I will let K-State know when it's going to be coming up, so hopefully they can get it out on their media, and if you would like to come down and try it, I would love for you to. It'll probably be ready this week at some point. But it's, like I said, it's a unique beer that's unique to Kentucky. We obviously are trying to use the Pawpaws as much as we possibly can and everything and get it recognized. There is an unfortunate side to this. From a brewing standpoint, on a national level, there are certain things that you're allowed to put into beer for packaging. Pawpaws, unfortunately, are not one of them. And we are trying to get that changed so we can actually start, doing Pawpaws on a bigger scale, and obviously get the fruit out to people that have never even heard of, seen, or tasted the Pawpaws. So that was kind of a very brief overview of how we're using it. We try to do this every single year, and we've been gracious, K-State's been gracious enough to help us since past 3 years now. And once again, we have it going again this year. So as I'm keeping it quick, I know everybody's got a little bit short time span today. Is there any questions about me, the brewery, how we use Pawpaws, why we're doing Pawpaws? From anyone? Yes, sir. No, we're not just in Frankfurt. We only package our Pilsner right now. The Pawpaw we would love to. By the end of the year, we'll be doing 3 other beers packaged. So currently we are in, obviously, Frankfurt, Central Kentucky, Eastern Kentucky, Western and Southern. We're still a small brewery, regrowing back to our previous size. We don't have enough capacity, quite frankly, to be in Louisville or Northern Kentucky or outside the state. But the 3 other beers we're adding are also, one of them is also very much a Kentucky Proud product. It's not necessarily Kentucky Proud, but it's a Kentucky historical product. So the other one of the others we're coming out is a Kentucky Common, and it's a corn-based beer. I would say not many of you have had it. It became extinct after Prohibition. It was a drink of Derby before Prohibition, then mint julep after that. But why it became extinct were the breweries went out of business. And all the breweries that knew how to make it went out of business. And unfortunately, it was lost for about 80 years. It is one of only 2 native U.S. beers. It's the only one in Kentucky. and it's made from a bourbon mash. So everything you need to know in that name, Kentucky Common man, common ingredients. It's a cheaper, corn is a cheaper product than barley, and so it was cheaper to make. And how you do it's not really a recipe, it's a process. You take a mash bill, you invert it, and you make a beer out of it. So it also is an ale, very much like the Pawpaw Sour. We have it on tap currently if you want to come try it. We will be packaging it later this year in the same geographic area. Right now, we have our Pilsner and Kroger's. You want to run out to see to try the Pilsner. It's what we generally push out. But with the sour, we're hoping to get really to really educate people about what the sour is, and also educate the state. There is a motion right this moment at the governor's office to make the Kentucky Sour Kentucky Common, the official state beer. So if you're ever asked to sign a petition, please do so. It does take an act of legislation to proclaim anything. But a little last shout out to my brewmaster, Dylan, because as I mentioned, that particular recipe was lost for 80 years, and there were a lot of brewers that were trying to recreate it based on very limited information, black and white photos. You can't tell if a beer is a dark, a light, or otherwise in a black and white photo. All you had were accounts of what those type of beers were supposed to be like. Also, it's very hard to recreate a recipe from hearsay, and they thought it once again was a sour, and it kind of is. But Dylan was lucky enough, he was the brewmaster, the widow of the brewmaster of Fair Brewing in Louisville. She donated all of her husband's effects to the University of Louisville. Dylan was over when he found that out, wanted to go through the effects. They had not been cataloged. And as he was going through one of the books that had nothing to do with the Kentucky Common, the recipe for Kentucky Common came out. And so Dylan brought back that particular recipe when he was with Fall City. First canning of a Kentucky Common in 80 years. We'll have our canning toward the end of this year. It's a wonderful beer. We do that as a bourbon barrel beer as well. Very, very unique. So with that, it's probably a much longer-winded answer to what kind of beers and what are we distributing, but we are in most of Kentucky. So keep an eye out for us at Kroger. Anything else? Yes, sir. Right. Let me back up, because a lot of people don't really know what a sour is, and I didn't do a great job of explaining it. The name of a sour beer is very much a misnomer. It means it's incorrect. It's not sour tasting. It's how it's produced. It's like sourdough bread, so it's naturally occurring yeast. If you don't like sours and how to use Pawpaw in it, use it in your finishing. You can put it into your bright tank and really kind of infuse it and then just strain it out afterwards. So you'll get a very light flavoring with the Pawpaws. It's like adding any other adjunct. I would caution using any additional adjuncts other than Pawpaw, because Pawpaw is a very delicate flavor, and you can pretty much wipe it out. We made that mistake one time. We thought we'd do a mint beer. All you could taste was mint. It was a great mind exercise, but in practice it was terrible. So, does that help? Anybody else? Well, I thank you all for the time, and I appreciate obviously the hospitality. And please come see us. We are downtown, right in the middle of Frankfurt, across from the big building that looks like a boat. We have a lovely beer garden. Family, friends, dogs, children are always welcome, and we'd love to see each and every one of you. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Tim. That was very interesting. Get to learn more about Pawpaw beer. So our next speaker is Francine Sloan. She's from Rising Suns Winery that is just right down the road in Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, and they make a delicious Pawpaw bourbon jam. So we'll get to hear some more about that. So, Francine.
Sheri said, are we good? Okay. I'm just down the road in Lawrenceburg. It takes me about 7 or 8 minutes to get here to K-State. And I first want to start by telling you what an influence that research farm has had on me and my business. I'm a small farm winery, and K-State has been invaluable with the small farm grant program, education grant. I have worked over here in and out for the last 9 years. I've done other speaking engagements. I've taught folks how to make jellies and jams here. So from my perspective, these folks have been wonderful people to work with. Joni, Dr. Pomper, Sheri, they're all good folks, and they have been instrumental in helping me to further my business. I'm an old Eastern Kentucky girl, so I grew up in the mountains with pawpaws plentiful around my home place. So pawpaws were nothing new to me. I just thought they grew everywhere. But as I got over into the winery end of business, I was always looking in the back of my mind for value-added products. And we try to keep everything, we're a very small place, so everything is more on a small scale, from my winemaking to my value-added products. And I started out making wine jellies, and they have become very popular over the years. And then I found this lovely Third Thursday thing, and it reminded me about pawpaws. So I went home that fall and gathered up all the pawpaws under my husband's uncle's little pawpaw orchard in his backyard, and came home and started playing with pawpaws. And I've made everything from pawpaw bread to pawpaw cakes, and I finally experimented around, and I've created pawpaw bourbon jam, because what is our area known for? Bourbon. And we get an awful lot of Bourbon Trail folks into the winery, and it absolutely adds a delicious flavor in there. And of course, right now, the biggest issue is jars. I don't know if you've tried to find jars, but good luck. I'm not having any luck. But the pawpaw has been an extremely popular item, and most people, when they come in, I get a lot of out-of-state and out-of-country people coming into the winery, and they're always like, "Is this named for your grandfather?" And I'm like, "No." And they're like, "Well, what is a pawpaw?" So I get to tell people every day about the pawpaw fruit. I love to explain to them. Sheri has been great, and Joni, about getting me the little Kentucky State University pawpaw little postcards that explain about pawpaws. So I've sent those out with numerous people. I'm a big cheerleader of trying to get folks involved in revitalizing this product and growing them. I also am trying to grow a pawpaw orchard along with my grapes. Last year was or 2020, I should say, was a terrible year for all of us with everything COVID going on. But if that weren't bad enough, we got back-to-back freezing frosts in April and May. So all of my pawpaw blooms were killed, and my grapes we didn't even harvest for 2020. So it was not my favorite year. But anywho, I am so extremely excited about every time I get to harvest pawpaws. To me, it's a fun thing. Everything I do is by hand. It is a single woman job, basically. I smash the pawpaws, I freeze the pawpaws, and then I actually have created my recipe, and I am the one that does all of this. I've been the fortunate soul, too, that Kentucky State has been able to offer me the commercial kitchen. I'm in the middle of expanding my tasting room that will include a commercial kitchen, but thanks to Joni, who has guided me through being commercially, I guess, being able to process commercially and licensed, that's been one of the ways that they have been a big help. So if you ever need help with those types of things, these folks know what they're doing, and they can help guide you in the right direction, just like they did me. So I've been able to come over here and work and utilize their kitchen. I started out in a mobile kitchen, and we've kind of changed that to the big kitchen here. So for that, I am forever grateful, and not only have I learned a lot, but I've made a lot of good friends here too. And one of my goals, if I can ever get my hands on enough Pawpaws, is to work on some Pawpaw wine. It's not one of the easiest products to make. It's very hard to clarify it, but it's in the back of my mind, and I'm always still looking for other little niche products that I can create to sell there at the winery too. So hopefully, one of these days when my pawpaw trees are completely mature and ready to go, I'll be able to do a lot more with that. Does anybody have any questions? Well, thank you so much. I hope everyone has had a great day today. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be here to hear all the speakers this morning. Oh, yes, ma'am. Pawpaw juices. I couldn't hear that. Oh, that is not in my plan, but maybe other folks would be looking into that. I look for niche products that folks that come from the Bourbon Trail and the Winery Trail are interested in. And not that some folks wouldn't be, but we have such a limited supply of what we can get that I have to go with what is probably the most popular type products. Anybody else? Thank you folks so much.
Thank you, Francine. And their Pawpaw Bourbon Jam is delicious. If you ever make it down there, definitely want to try it. So our next speaker is from Jeptha Distillery, Alicia Burton, and they have been making a Pawpaw brandy, which is also equally delicious. So we're going to get to hear about that.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Alicia Burton. I'm with Jeptha Distillery. So we are a small family-owned craft distillery down the road in Shelbyville, Kentucky. We currently produce bourbon, vodka, moonshine, and of course some whiskey, and we produce one type of brandy, and that is a Pawpaw brandy. Kind of the things to know about us as a company is that we grow an heirloom type of corn called Bloody Butcher corn. We grow it on our own property. The family is very dedicated to kind of bringing old-fashioned back in. The other cool thing is we have pawpaw trees on property. So as we started to distill, we were looking at different things we could do with things that we have on our property. Pawpaws are kind of a hard fruit to work with. So the journey of pawpaws for us as we started, pawpaws back in the old days was kind of known as the poor man's brandy. That's because when they used to make pawpaw brandy, they would use skin and seeds. It would ruin the batch completely, make it almost undrinkable. For us, we knew going in that processing the pawpaws was going to be a big portion of this. You have to use a lot of fruit to make a little bit of brandy. So that first season that we started to make this, as the pawpaws started to ripen, we brought them in, realized we have a super short time period to make this brandy. We had to skin them, we had to get those seeds out. There's no commercial equipment that was gonna do that for us. So we did it all by hand, peeling them by hand, adapting colanders, food mills, doing anything we could to figure out how to separate that seed from that pulp. It was a long process. The next season we went into it kind of ready to just take it on. We got about 7,000 pounds of fresh pawpaws that year. That's a lot of pawpaws. We are fortunate that we do have some on property. We actually pair with a couple other growers locally that bring us their pawpaws. But we learned something very interesting. If you freeze the pawpaws, the skins come off much easier. So we started freezing our pawpaws as they came in. We're able to peel them much faster. It gives us a lot more time than 3 days, too. We were able to take our time, really attack that project. Then we learned, talking to Sheri, that there was some type of machinery that might actually separate it for us that wasn't a colander in our hand. So we actually went out, we got the rowboat coupe that they have here. We got a little bit of a bigger version of that and kind of worked with how to play with that to separate that pulp from that seed. That typically takes us, for about 7,000 pounds, was about a month of an undertaking to kind of do that. So you're talking everybody went home with Pawpaws on them for the next couple months. It was a mess. But after we do that, we actually kind of do what you would think about making wine. We're gonna take that Pawpaw pulp and we're going to ferment that. It takes a little bit longer for bourbon. You know, we're fermenting that 3 to 4 day span. For brandy, we're fermenting for 2 to 3 weeks. So once that's finished out, we're gonna take that and put it in our 500-gallon pot still. We're gonna distill that. Now when it comes off, part of the art to making a brandy is trying to not strip all of the flavor. I mean, we've done all of this work to try to keep this fruit as just delicious and keep all of those aromas as we can possible. We don't wanna strip it off when we're distilling it. So we're gonna run that on our 500-gallon pot still. Once that comes off there, we're gonna put it in a toasted barrel. Now, if you think of kind of bourbon, what we usually produce, that's done with grain. Brandy, 100% corn. Bourbon is also gonna go in a new charred oak barrel. For our brandy, if you put it in a charred oak barrel, you're gonna get so much wood and it's gonna cancel out some of that sweetness. So our brandy goes in a lightly toasted barrel. Once we do that, we put that away, kind of let that sleep in the barrel barns for a while and are able to bottle it. Now, currently at the distillery, we produce this once a year. Now that's with the fruit being good. Last year was a rough year for all of us. We had no fruit. We made no brandy last year whatsoever. This year, I think that we have about 1,500 pounds of fresh pawpaws already at the distillery, kind of waiting on being processed with the offshoot that we're gonna get somewhere between 7,000 to 8,000 pounds in this year to do our brandy with. At the distillery, we do tastings daily. So you can come out and take a free tasting. On that tasting, you're able to taste that brandy. Another really cool part of that the family really loves is it gives us a chance, as people are coming in on the bourbon trail, they're really dedicated to tasting bourbon. Most of them don't know about Pawpaws. In a normal tasting on a day, you may have 1 to 2 guests that even know what that fruit is. So it gives us a chance to kind of educate the public, talk to them about the history of Pawpaws, where they're from, what they taste like, and kind of help enthuse them about that as a fruit. Some of the other neat things is 2 years ago, we were featured on CHOP as one of the secret ingredients on Food Network, which gave us some national exposure, but also gave some national exposure to that fruit. The family's really dedicated to kind of bringing the old pieces of this area and things they grew up with, bringing them back into the headlight to kind of educate the public and show them different things that go on. All right. Does anybody have questions for me?
Instead of this being like an added flavor at the end, like with grapes, you're just fermenting the pawpaw, correct?
100% pawpaw puree. So no seeds, no skins can go in it, would ruin it. Just pawpaw fruit we're fermenting. That's how we go through so much fruit just to make. I want to tell you, the last batch we did, we had about 2,000 pounds of just puree, of just the fruit alone. And in that, it yielded about 30 gallons of distilled brandy that we were putting into barrels. So.
The pawpaw fruits have enough liquid to make this product, or do you add extra water or something?
We are not adding water to that. Once it is distilled, we proof it. So we are gonna proof it at that point. It is really thick. But you'll find once you're going through that puree process, once we're separating those seeds from that fruit, it's a lot, we get a lot more juice, especially with the machine that we're using for it. We get a lot better quality puree than we were previously doing it by hand. So.
So what was your ratio of pounds of fruit to gallon of product, of gallon of brandy? It took how many pounds of fruit to get a gallon of brandy? That's my question.
Math is not my strong suit. Distilling is, but I'll give you these numbers. So out of 7,000 pounds of fruit, we're yielding a little under 4,000 pounds of puree. And that's going to yield us, at barreled strength, that's going to yield us about 50 gallons. And we do it's in two 25-gallon toasted barrels. So, and I can give you a little bit better number when I am next to a calculator. Because once that comes off a still, it's going to come off a still at 1 proof, and we're going to proof that down into before we bottle it. So you're going to lose some to what we consider angel share, that barrel as it sits in the warehouse. We lose a little to evaporation, depending on how long it's aged. And then after that, we're going to proof that down prior to it going into bottle to make it a little bit more of a drinkable proof. So. Huh? Well, so not including processing of the pawpaws, just from the minute we're going to ferment it till the minute. It depends on how long it's going to take to finish out. That's not always, because we kind of let that fruit tell us. When I finish out, it's going to usually take about 2.5 weeks. So usually you're looking almost at a 3-week mark from the day we're putting it in a fermenter till we're getting it off the stills.
How large of a bottle is that? And typically in a given year, when do you put that out on sale? Obviously there's time to have to make it, so when does that normally come out?
So that's a 375 bottle. It is a custom bottle that we had made, so it has that cute fruit on it. Typically it's gonna come out in springtime. We do have some in the gift shop right now, not a huge amount left. And like I said, year to year, it depends on if we get fruit or if we don't get fruit, whether or not we're gonna be able to even make. So you'll watch in the coming years as we're producing, we'll have a year that'll be kind of skipped because we didn't get that fruit last year. So it is a super limited release, gift shop, and then just a few retailers get it locally, and Indiana also has it, so. Anybody else? All right, well, I appreciate you all. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much to all of our speakers, to Luscher. That is a beautiful bottle. I love that bottle on the Pawpaw brandy. We got a little bit ahead of schedule. I'll also mention KSU has a fermentation and distillation program. We got a grant to look at fermentation and distillation and have a certificate in fermentation and distillation where you can take courses in that at KSU. So KSU webpage has more information on that, but some things that we're looking at that are still in the works, Pawpaw kombucha. They've actually got some brewing in the back of a Pawpaw kombucha that I'm really curious to taste. And I think we're also interested in doing a Pawpaw hot sauce. Sometimes you see mango hot sauces, and so we're kind of interested in developing. We've got some researchers that work with hot peppers here also, so kind of a collaborative research project looking at a Pawpaw hot pepper hot sauce that I think is going to be interesting in the future. So those are some things that we've been working on as far as value-added products at KSU. So I think we'll go ahead and go on to our next speaker is from Peaceful Heritage Nursery here in Kentucky, Blake Cothron, and he is going to talk about organic production of pawpaws because he is a certified organic nursery. So, Blake.
So how many people here today have eaten at least 20 pounds of Pawpaws so far this season? Anybody? Jeremy? No? Okay, I guess I'm the only one. Sure. 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 So I'm Blake Cothron, and I'm the co-owner and co-operator with my family of Peaceful Heritage Nursery, and that's in Stanford, Kentucky, just outside Danville, about an hour away from here. And we're a certified organic nursery specializing in pawpaws and other resilient, hardy cultivars and species of fruits for Kentucky and the nearby region with the similar climate zone as here. And I'd like to thank Sheri Crabtree and Jeremy Lowe and Dr. Kirk Pomper for having me here today and for making all this pawpaw amazingness possible. And hopefully we'll have this talk loaded up here in just a moment. We can get started. There it is. Okay, so today we're going to be talking about pawpaw tree protection, and it's something that you don't hear a lot about because there are some certain rumors and myths out there, especially in the nursery trade, that pawpaws are basically immune to insects and diseases, but as anybody here at KSU can tell you, they get attacked by all kinds of stuff. Now, they're not as prone to problems as say peaches or plums or apples in this area, but they do have quite a few challenges. Before we go into it, just wanted to show you the book that was released this May through New Society Publishers, Pawpaws, the complete guide to growing and marketing. And so that's available on our website, peacefulheritage.com, as well as on Amazon and other places that sell books. If anybody's interested, I do have some copies with me today. And that's our nursery, peacefulheritage.com. There's some of our pawpaws that we offer there. We do offer the KSU varieties as well. That's a photo of our certified organic nursery. Those pawpaw trees, that was from this, probably around May we took that photo. Now they're about this tall or so. So we have found how to grow them very fast under organic growing conditions. And so one thing to keep in mind is that pawpaws are naturally a thicket-producing species. They don't typically just grow one trunk in the wild. They will sucker underground and grow many, many, many stalks and trunks. So eventually it looks like you might be entering into a small pawpaw forest, per se, but it actually can just be one tree. And so when you force them into a single trunk grafted tree, it does make them more susceptible to certain issues, and their lifespan is decreased drastically. So some of you might say, well, why graft them in the first place? Well, that's the only way that you can propagate a choice variety, is through grafting, which is a asexual type of propagation. And like we said before, there's a lot of articles and nurseries that claim that they're practically immune to problems, but they're not. And so we're going to inform you today on what you need to know to handle some of these challenges that you're going to come across when you're growing pawpaws. So how many people in the room today are actively growing pawpaw trees? So they all consigned you all to this side of the room, I guess. Okay. Well, that's about half of you all. Uh-oh. What'd I do? Okay. That looks fine up there. There we go. Okay, something happened on my screen, no worries. Okay, so within the main stretch of Pawpaw's native range, which we're in the heart of here, there are there's a lot of diseases and pests because they're endemic to this area. Hey, Sheri, would you come here, please? And so I've noticed actually that rural locations seem to have more problems with disease and insects than urban locations. This keeps, yeah, I don't know why this coming up. And that's an interesting thing to notice. And I've actually noticed that there's a lot more diseases and insects in rural locations on fruit trees than in urban locations. And it's because in the rural location, there's food sources and there's nesting sites and things that may not be there in an urban location. And in time, those pest populations could build up in an urban location if there were enough people growing pawpaw trees around. And as of 2021, unless I'm wrong on this, if you all know better, let me know, Jeremy. But as far as I know, there's no pesticide products that are listed for pawpaws, either organic or non-organic. So this information is just for educational and information purposes only. I'm not telling you to use a product or not on the pawpaws. So we're gonna look at some diseases. There's a few main disease issues. The biggest one, as they'll tell you here, is probably Phyllosticta, and there's a few different species of it out there. It does affect a lot of native trees, including pawpaw, and this is what it looks like when it hits pawpaw trees. And so you can see that unsightly black blotches there. When it gets really bad, what it actually does is can cause this cracking, like you see in the top picture, where the skin is looking cracked open. And when that happens, the pawpaw is pretty much worthless. You could still use it for home use. The bottom shot, where it's just kind of blotchy, that's still marketable. You could just tell people those are sugar spots. They do that with a lot of fruits out there. And it's a fungal infection. Some years it can get especially bad. Was it especially bad this year for it, you say? Yeah, thank you, sir. It was an especially bad year. Yeah, it was a pretty wet summer. And some varieties are more resistant. KSU Atwood is a variety that has some natural resistance. NC1 is another variety that has some natural resistance. And it also feeds on the foliage. And you'll note that there's brown necrotic tissue with a black outline, and there's no halos. It almost looks like it's burned or something. And all cultivars should be chosen on having at least some resistance to Phyllosticta. I would say if some of these varieties are really prone to it to the point where they're known to crack easily, you probably don't want to plant those. And so also make sure that the site has good airflow and sunlight. Look for resistant cultivars, and you can also experiment with using organic antifungal products such as neem, sulfur, copper, surround. And there's also BT, which is a bacterium-based antifungal products that could potentially all be effective. I would think neem would be probably the first one I would try. And when you're applying antifungal sprays such as sulfur and copper, you can also utilize a surfactant. It's basically just a sticky substance. And one that we've been experimenting with is New Film. It's made from pine sap, and it will adhere the product to the tree and to the leaves and the foliage and the fruits and slow down the process of it washing off. So it just makes it last longer. This is what plants look like when they're sprayed with kale and clay, which is, the trade name is Surround. It makes them look like they're Snow White. If you ever wondered how they have perfect looking organic apples in Walmart and Kroger these days, and you just wonder how do they get them looking so good, I've heard it's because they spray down the organic trees with this stuff constantly in Washington and California where they're grown, so they just look like they've been spray painted white all season long. And it's really an interesting product. It's also used in toothpaste, so it's a totally food safe product, and insects really can't stand it. It gets all over them and it's very irritating, and also fungal spores can't readily adhere to the tissue and hatch and grow into the tissue when they have this very alkaline clay product all over the foliage and the fruits. This is one that's just kind of come to our attention in the last few years. It's called black spot, diplocarbon species of some kind. I've seen this in trees in the wild. This is a shot from our orchard, actually. Have you all seen that here at KSU? Do you all see that? A little bit, yeah. Yeah, it's another fungal issue. One thing you'll notice with black spot is it does have a yellow halo. So when I talked about Phyllosticta, I said it has no halo. This one has this yellowing around it. And it can kill trees if it gets bad. It can make the trees lose their foliage and weaken them to the point of killing them off. So far, it hasn't been a big issue in our orchard, and apparently it's not a big issue here, but it is out there. And so once again, if you can identify resistant cultivars, that would be good. Keep the trees with good nutrition and good airflow. And you could also trial some antifungal products, like we mentioned again. Another one is called Cease. That's the trade name for it. Blue stem disease, this one doesn't seem to be a very big problem in this area. But when KSU did some testing of pawpaws years ago through, was it Oregon? Yeah, Oregon State University. Yeah, all or most of them died due to this disease. And so you can notice there's a little bit of bluing. If you can see that at the top there, where that bark has been cut away, it looks kind of bluish. It's a really serious threat to pawpaws, but apparently in Kentucky it's not really that big of a deal, but it can kill off the trees. And yeah, if any of you are from the Pacific Northwest or considering growing pawpaws there, you might want to think twice about that. So we'll look a little bit into insects now. This is a zebra swallowtail butterfly. It wasn't easy getting all those squirmy little guys on that shot all at once, but somehow we managed that. And this shows their different life stages. They start out very tiny, like the one on the bottom right. They kind of get this sort of caveman club shape to them. The one on the top is a more mature species. When you squeeze them, these cool little translucent orange antlers pop out of their head. And they turn into this butterfly right here, zebra swallowtail butterfly. And this has kind of become the poster child of the pawpaw movement, I guess you could say, because it's a beautiful native species. There's also a yellow type too. And they have a symbiotic relationship with pawpaw. It's the only thing that their larva feeds on. So these little guys will only feed on pawpaw trees of various species, and you'll often see them in the orchard. They can be a problem, and I do suggest trying to have some sort of control over them at first, because when you plant out new trees or you have a nursery like we have, they can destroy entire small trees through their eating. You can see they get pretty good size, and they're very hungry and they eat a lot. And so I do think that at first you do need to watch out for them. And what I recommend is you can hand pick them off and then put them on bigger pawpaw trees, because on the big tree, if they eat a few leaves or twigs, it's not going to harm anything. But if they're eating a 6-inch tall or foot tall tree, they can really destroy it. And so I think that eventually pawpaw orchards should become ZSB sanctuaries where this beautiful native species can thrive like it is here at KSU. But when you're establishing your trees, you do have to control their population a little bit, because they can be pretty destructive. I have found that pyganic, which is a pyrethrum, organic pyrethrum solution, does eliminate the larva. And we also try to handpick them and relocate them so that we're helping preserve that species. Asian ambrosial beetles. Have you all ever seen this at KSU? Yeah. The persimmons. Was it bad last year or this year with the late frost? Not too bad. So this is a really tiny little insect. It looks big in the picture, but it's actually really tiny. And they're drawn to trees that are stressed out. And this is what you'll see when the tree's been attacked by Asian ambrosial beetle. You'll see these little toothpick-looking tubes of frass. It's basically sawdust and excrement that's being shoved out as the beetle's burrowing in. And so that's a telltale sign. And I've seen this on pawpaws, mulberries, persimmons, possibly other fruit trees, but those are the ones I can think of right now that I've definitely seen it on. The trees can actually recover. Pawpaws are probably less prone to recovering, but I have seen persimmons and mulberries both recover from being attacked by this. Oh, and also jujube is the other thing I've seen it on, and those recovered too. But basically, the only solution is to try to keep your trees from getting stressed out, which means don't make sure they're getting enough nutrition and water, and they're not under stress. And when we have late frost like we had this year, that can really stress out the trees when they're budding out and then they get frozen. And there's nothing you can really do much about that, but we will talk a little bit about that later. And one thing that you could potentially look at doing is painting all your tree trunks with diluted milk paint or latex paint. And KSU recommends doing that for all pawpaw trees now, and that's really important. And I just go ahead and paint all fruit trees now with latex paint. And I've used milk paint too. The latex paint needs to be diluted 50% with water, and it needs to be indoor latex paint and not outdoor latex paint. Because outdoor latex paint contains different chemicals that could be harmful to the tree, including insecticides and UV stabilizers. So it needs to be indoor latex paint, 50-50 with water, and you can paint the trees anytime, but you need to have them painted before winter too. Pawpaw pinnacle borer, this is pretty minor. It has affected fruits and trees here at KSU. It should really be called the pawpaw borer because it bores into just about everything on the tree. And you can see there on that picture above that little drop of water or whatever that is, there's a little cocoon there where the pawpaw pinnacle borer emerged. And this is what they look like on scion wood. A lot of times I buy a lot of scion wood, and it'll have this frass in the middle where there's been a pawpaw borer going through it. That's what the adult looks like. A little moth, brown tips on the wings. That's what it looks like in the larval form when it's inside a pawpaw flower. You can see those little maggot-looking little caterpillar grubby guys in there. And most seasons, it doesn't seem to be a large threat, and controls aren't really well understood at this time. Potentially, there could be sticky traps of pheromones to catch the egg-laying moths. That's something that's done in apple orchards a lot for things like Asian fruit moths and codling moth. This is an interesting one, a Semina webworm. We had these appear in our orchard. This is a photo from our trees, and these little guys are pretty destructive. You know, they're type of tent caterpillar, but they seem to really be drawn to pawpaws. I don't know if it's the only thing they feed on, but they sure like feeding on it. And I've seen them kill entire trees, little young trees, you know, 3 or 4 feet tall, through their feeding. And they'll eat not only the foliage, they'll also eat the twigs. So they're pretty destructive. And they come out around mid-July. And right now they're still on the trees, but they're mostly kind of phasing out. So they last from around mid-July to around September. And you'll notice the real thick, white, webby tents that they make. And there'll be dozens or hundreds of these little creeping caterpillars in there. And a lot of times when the trees are infested, you'll see the browning of the foliage like this. And sometimes it kind of makes a little teepee shape where the end of the twig the leaves will go downward and be brown like this. And so that's something to look out for. And what you can do is just pull the webbings out and then crush the caterpillars and things that are in there. You can just kind of step on them. But you need to remove them because they can cause a lot of damage. So, yeah, we had our first outbreak in 2020, and they were back this year, although not quite as bad, probably because I went out there and tried to take control of them there. And so around August or even in early July, you want to scout the orchard at least once a week. If you see any of these webs, you need to tear them out. And also you might want to encourage wasp, which might feed on them. Wasp also feed on zebra swallowtail butterfly larvae. And so other minor insects include slugs and snails, pill bugs, and Japanese beetles. All those consume the foliage and the twigs. And keeping trees strong, having good orchard hygiene and monitoring help. So orchard hygiene is really important, you know, not leaving dead branches hanging on the trees, dead trees, half-dead trees. All that needs to be cleaned out and done away with. You can burn it, you can cut it down and move it off site, but you don't want to have it on site. It could also be a draw for Asian ambrosial beetles. And you also want to keep grass and weeds cut because that encourages pill bugs and slugs and snails too. slugs and snails really like feeding on pawpaw foliage, especially in the nursery. We're going to look at a few physiological disorders. So these are disorders that aren't diseases or funguses or insects. This is southwest injury, and you can see that the bottom of this tree has this sort of damaged looking area. That's where it's been damaged by what's called southwest injury. So what that is that's when the winter sun will warm up the southwest side of the trunk of the tree, and then it'll rapidly freeze at night, and the bark will split because the sap was flowing during the day. It rapidly freezes at night. It's full of sap. It cracks open, and it causes these cracks. And so the cracks are obviously a big deal and can really damage the trees. And so what you do is you paint the trees, and with a white latex paint. And they should be painted starting around year 3 or 4 in the orchard. You want to paint them when they're pretty young. And you can see how brightly that's reflecting the sun, and that keeps the trunk cool so it doesn't warm up during the day and then freeze at night. And this is, if you're certified organic or interested in going certified organic, this Eco Orchard paint is pretty good. It doesn't last quite as good as latex paint. So if you're not certified organic, I'd recommend just using latex paint. But if you're concerned about latex paint for some reason, I've had people get very concerned about that for whatever reason, you can get this Eco Orchard milk paint. It's actually made with milk. It's a little pricey, but it's good quality, more natural alternative. So UV and sun protection. Generally, pawpaw trees about under 30 inches or so require sun protection, and grafted trees under about 18 inches also require protection. Pawpaws are naturally an understory tree, so they're naturally growing in the shade of other trees. So when you put them in a full sun location, which you should always do, you want to provide them with some shade. So here we have chicken wire and a little bit of greenhouse shade cloth over it. You can get wooden or metal clothespins and put those on top to hold that on nice and tight. That works really well. And plastic tubes can also be used, but I really don't recommend them. They become havens for hornets and slugs and pill bugs, and they can cause phyllostickta on the trees because it creates this little tight, humid area around the tree. And so it's really not that good of an idea. When we ship out our trees at our nursery, we do include a plastic Blue X tube with them just so the customer has something to use, because it will save the tree from dying, but it also can cause some minor issues. So what I do recommend is more of a chicken wire with shade cloth on there. So here at KSU, Jeremy, you all just usually plant out trees that are like good size, right? You're not planting out little bitty. So you don't need any protection on them when you plant them out? Do you plant them out before they've broken bud? Yeah. Yeah. Like they got hit with the frost after they were budding out. Yeah, ours did too. Yeah, so on that note, I really recommend that people plant pawpaw trees after any chance of frost, because you can plant them out and then it can start to warm up, they can start to bud out, and then a late frost can happen, which is happening with more and more regularity here. This looks like it's some type of disease, but this is actually just a nutrient deficiency. It's hard to say exactly what is going on here, but sometimes this can be a shortage of potassium. We gave this tree some Epsom salt, which people use on their tomatoes a lot, and that gives a little bit of magnesium and potassium, and the tree greened up and was fine. But if you see this, that's called interveinal chlorosis, where in between the trees there's not enough chlorophyll, so it turns yellow. That's just a nutrient deficiency. And so the solutions to that are just applying good fertilizers that have a lot of mixed nutrients, like compost. We've started using these soy and corn extracts, and we're really, really happy with those products. We used to use fish emulsion, but we don't use it anymore. We only use the corn and soy extract, and it's great. There's a lot of different trade names for these things. They're water-soluble fertilizers, so they mix in with water. You can put them through a fertigation system. They don't stink like fish emulsion. They're just more pleasant to use, and they're very effective. Kelp extracts are really good because they contain a lot of trace minerals, and so those can be applied as a foliar feed. And deer can also damage the trees. They don't really like to eat the fruit or the leaves much. They'll nibble on the fruits a little bit. They might browse on the twigs a tiny bit just out of curiosity, or they don't like the taste and they'll move on. But they do like that nice smooth bark on pawpaw trees, and they will rub their antlers on it, and they can definitely destroy it. So chicken wire tubes, once again, do double duty. They actually do triple duty because they'll keep a weed whacker off the tree too, and more trees are killed by string trimmers than probably anything else. So a chicken wire tube, you can have the shade cloth on it. When the tree outgrows the shade cloth, you pull it off, you just leave the chicken wire tube around it, and then you won't have deer rubbing, you won't have string trimmers hitting it, and it's a nice solution. This is mechanical damage. This is, what happens when a tree gets hit with a tractor or string trimmer or something. It's very avoidable. Chicken wire cages will help. Frost damage. So this is what we've been talking about today a little bit. Last year KSU had almost zero pawpaw fruit. We had zero pawpaw fruit. This year at our farm we have zero pawpaw fruit. I think there's one cluster on at least 100 trees that should be bearing fruit or so. There's one cluster of fruit because of frost damage. And so, like I said, I'd recommend planting all pawpaw trees when they're dormant. And a very pertinent question to ask is, how are you preparing for climate change and unpredictable late frost? And this goes for pawpaws and all other fruit trees. And so the solutions to this are challenging. These are orchard heaters, like they use these, or at least used to use these in Florida a lot around the citrus groves. You can heat these with kerosene or other petroleum products. You could probably also use wood or coal or something like that. And what these basically do is they just heat up the air so that it doesn't frost at night when the trees are blooming. You can see those trees in the picture are in full bloom. These orchard heaters are just keeping it warm enough to where it doesn't frost and destroy the blooms. Sheri, how are we doing on time? Okay. These are also called smudge pots. And there's that one looks like it's maybe propane powered or something. That's pretty bright. And these are out there. They're a little pricey. You might pay $100 or more per heater, and they only heat up a small area. But it depends on how much you want pawpaw trees and want to protect them from frost. Another potential thing worth researching or experimenting with is using mist as a frost protection. So this is a photo I took at our farm, where we have a sprinkler that makes a very, very fine mist, very, very fine. And I did some research into this, and the way that this is done is you mist the fruit tree or fruit plant, and it has to be on all night long, and the tree has to be dripping water all night long from the sprayer. And you can see where it was dripping, and it was making these long icicles, and you would look at this and think, oh, this is totally toast. There it is. There's the bud, with green leaves coming out, totally frozen. When that thawed out, it was perfect. It had no damage at all. It just continued growing, and it ended up fruiting and everything. So would this work on pawpaws? I don't know. Might be something interesting for KSU to experiment with sometime. But it's worth researching and looking into, because it's a lot cheaper and easier than smudge pots and orchard heaters. All you need is water and misters. So late frosts and late freezes, in my opinion, remain one of the biggest dangers and challenges to sustainable pawpaw production. And long term, I think the best solution will be to breed for late budding and late flowering selections of pawpaws, and I think this is pretty crucial. And it's, as far as growing other types of fruits, really in this region where we have these late frosts, I think selecting for late budding and late blooming fruit trees is going to be what people are going to need to do in the future and now, is not planting ones that are early blooming. If it says early blooming in a catalog, just move right along. Get ones that say late budding, late blooming, because that's good for a lot of reasons. And a late budding and late flowering plant is going to be a lot less likely to get fried by a late frost. And so to conclude, you just want to be informed about pawpaw pest and diseases. I go into a lot of depth about all these things in the Pawpaw book. And you also want to reduce the likelihood of easily preventable problems like mechanical damage. All you need is a little $1.50 chicken wire tube. You can buy chicken wire in big rolls, 100-foot, 200-foot rolls. Cut it with a pair of wire snips. Just takes a few minutes. You also want to utilize the best possible site. So you don't want to plant pawpaws where it's low in a frost pocket. I had a customer of ours, telling me he was having problems with his pawpaw trees, and upon inquiring, he'd planted them at the base of a hill right near a creek. And so all the cold, frosty air blows downhill at night, and then it settles down in those low spots. I've noticed on our farm, the low spots, which are just slightly lower than the rest of the property, freeze faster and earlier than the high sites. Like if I'm out there at night in the wintertime, I can see it starting to frost on the ground in the low spot, while the higher spots, which may just be a few feet higher, aren't frosting yet. So you don't want to plant pawpaws in low-lying areas because the cold, frosty air goes down there and can cause a lot of damage. And I recommend getting high-quality containerized trees. Generally, you want to avoid bare root pawpaws. It does work, but the roots are very sensitive to damage and to transplant shock. So it's really best to get containerized pawpaw trees if possible. I planted both successfully, but containerized trees I think are better. And you also want to have a knowledge of your tools in your toolbox for organic pest and disease prevention, because more and more people are getting interested in organic solutions to pest and disease problems. And you need to understand that there's a lot more available than what you can find at the local hardware store or what you might find in the back of a nursery catalog. There's all sorts of products out there for basically any issue. You just have to research and contact organic pest control product companies, and you might just talk to them over the phone and say, hey, I'm having this issue, what do you recommend? There's more and more sophisticated organic products out there every year. The science is getting very advanced. And also be prepared for late frosts and freezes, and also plant your trees after a chance of frost. One other thing you can do is if you've got trees that are really small and the late frost is coming and they're already budding out, you can put blankets or cardboard or something over the trees. And I've done that before, and that does protect it. But once they get bigger, that becomes impractical. So you might want to, if you're really serious about wanting to grow pawpaws and it's going to be late freeze, you might consider looking into some type of heating system or mist system, or researching what you can do in that regard. And so are there any questions? Does anybody have any questions or anything? Yes, sir.
I was going to say, we have a question from one of our virtual viewers. She submitted a photo and would like you to look at it. It's going to show up on the screen in just a moment. She says that she has 2 pawpaw trees, and when you're able to see the picture, you'll be able to see them. One of them is more yellow than the other, and she's wondering if you have any recommendations on what might be wrong. She says that she's noticed clumps of dead leaves on it, but she hasn't been able to tell if it's an insect infestation or not because they're too high to see.
So as I'm looking at this, it looks like this could possibly be the black spot infection like I was talking about earlier. You can see that some of the twigs up at the top have lost their foliage and look dried up. And also at the bottom, it looks like there might be a lot of root sucker growth happening where it's nice and green at the bottom, which could suggest that there's been some damage to the trunk. So it's hard to say exactly, but I'd say the tree looks kind of shot to me. I don't know if that tree's gonna survive much longer.
I was going to pitch in, and you brought up a really good point about the ambrosia beetle. And I've seen trees that look exactly like this if they've got ambrosia beetle pawpaws. And so I would really be careful to inspect the trunk to see if there's any small holes. And another problem with pawpaw is because I guess it's the wood the formation of the wood or how the wood is components, you don't always get those frass. That's what the pieces of wood like toothpicks sticking out of the tree trunk. You don't always get that with pawpaw. You'll just see an entry hole. And the problem with ambrosia beetle is it brings with it a fungus, and the fungus gets into that vascular system and it kills the tree above it. And that's why, as Blake said, it's really a lethal thing if you do get ambrosia beetle, because once it gets in there, that tree's probably toast. Luckily, you just don't see it too often. I only know of one person who had a huge infestation, and she had a big wood pile next to her orchard, and I was really suspicious that they moved over from the wood pile and started attacking the pawpaws. But yeah, I would look really closely at the trunk too to see, because some things are almost mimicked. You might think it's a fungal organism, but then you look at the trunk and yeah, it's a fungal organism, but it was brought in by the ambrosia beetle too.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And the fact that the tree looks like it's sending out those little green root suckers at the base makes me think that the trunk's vascular system's been damaged, and it's trying to survive the process of that by sending up some new shoots. So I would suggest planting another pawpaw tree to pollinate the other one, because I don't know if that other one's going to last. Did you had a question, sir? Did you have a question? Uh-huh.
It was, there's an orchard of about 20 trees. One of them has interveinal chlorosis and the rest do not. What might cause that?
Yeah, that's how it was in my orchard. All the trees were fine, but then one had this issue. It could just be a varietal thing. It could be the root system's not as good on that one, or there's a lot of reasons why. It doesn't really matter why, it's just treat it. So I used Epsom salts, that worked well. The kelp extract gives a lot of trace minerals that could be missing there.
Okay.
Yeah. I think she had a question next, or who? Uh-huh. She's asking what percentage of shade cloth should you use. I use 30%, and that works well. So I would say at least 25%. They can handle a lot of shade, but if it's not shady enough, they can get sunburned. Do you have a question?
So for the ambrosia beetle issue with that other tree, should she remove that to prevent the beetles from going to the other tree, or is there little risk of that?
I would definitely remove it. I would cut it down. If it doesn't leaf back out in the spring, or if it just looks like it's getting sicker and sicker, I would definitely remove it. And even if it's not ambrosial beetles, it's something and you just don't want it out there. So I would remove it and just replant. And like he was saying about Kirk Pomper was saying about the wood pile, that's a hygiene issue I was talking about. So whenever you're growing pawpaws or any kind of fruit, hygiene's very, very crucially important. Like in our nursery, in our greenhouses, there's virtually no weeds, there's no dead plants, there's no buckets of junk and trash and knocked over pots and things. You have to keep it really clean, otherwise you'll just invite issues. Does anybody else have anything?
So I have a question about rootstock seedlings. Are you using hybrid seeds from these improved cultivars for your rootstock seedlings, or are you finding local wild pawpaws to use those as rootstocks? I'm just curious which would be better.
Mm-hmm. So far, it doesn't seem like there's really much of a difference in rootstocks, and there's no, unlike with apple trees and peach trees and things, there's no named strains of rootstocks. They're all just seedlings. In our nursery, we're utilizing mostly hybrid strains for the rootstocks. I found no matter what rootstock I use, I get about the same results. It doesn't really seem to make any difference. They are grown in Kentucky for the most part, the seed that we use. And so I found good results with it all. It doesn't seem to be if you used a wild tree, is it going to be more resilient or hardy? I don't really think so, because the genetics are all really, really similar. Now, if you are growing pawpaws in, say, the northern stretches of pawpaw growing territory, you might want to try to utilize seed that's from your local region if you're in a specific place like that. But here in Kentucky, where we're just in the middle of Pawpaw country, it seems like it's all good. Yes, sir? That's something I've never really looked into. Something about that sounds kind of risky to me because that might do something that might cause some sort of harm to the tree or the bark. I don't really know. It might change the pH of the soil too, but that would be something that maybe you could research and see if anybody's done on fruit trees before. I know that sometimes trees are sprayed for fungus. They were traditionally sprayed with Bordeaux mix, which is like a lime sulfur mixture. So, but on that, I don't really have any experience, so I'm not really sure, but you could maybe research if anybody has done that before on fruit trees and go from there.
Paint them if you use a cheaper paint and a more expensive.
I don't think the paint really matters. You just want to use indoor latex. Yeah. Sheri, how long does the latex paint seem to last on the trees here? Like a season or two? Yeah. Do you all just use just the cheapest stuff you can get, or are you specific? Yeah. I would say just whatever the paint stores got on discount, and just make sure it's really light colored. It should be white or like a very light tan. You don't want to use any kind of dark paint, or it's totally defeating the purpose. I think we have one more question here. We usually paint to where the branches start, which we cut off any branches that are starting below about 2 or 3 feet, because you don't really want branches coming out super low where you're going to hit them with a mower or run into them or something. So we paint up to the shoulders and the crotches of the branches, and we'll also paint the bottoms of the branches too. So basically up to about where the branches start, which is roughly 3.5, 4 feet tall, around like that. And that seems to be the most vulnerable area. Is that how you all do it with the paint? Yeah. Okay.
I see one more question. Let's do one more question, and then we'll move outside for the orchard tour.
So you're talking about using like a physical barrier to block from the sun? Yeah, that would be fine. You're just wanting to have the tree shaded, whatever works for you, and that would probably last longer than paint. But yeah, just the goal is to have some kind of shade on the trunk or a reflective surface that's going to reflect the sun. So, yeah. Well, thank you all very much.
Thank you. Very good. All right, thank you very much, Blake. Set that down. So we're going to conclude with our Pawpaw Orchard tour. Jeremy's going to take us on a tour of our Pawpaw orchards. If you're here in person, you can follow me. I'm going to walk out to the lobby and walk out to the Pawpaw Orchard and lead you out here. If you're here and you don't want to walk, if you have mobility issues or just don't want to get out in the sun, it's actually going to be shown on the screens in here as well. So if you want to stay in here, you'll be able to see and hear it up on the screens. And if you're at home with our live stream, then we will have cameras and mics out in the orchard, and you'll be able to follow us out there as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeremy Lowe. I'm a research associate here at Kentucky State University. I work with Sheri and Dr. Pomper, and I've been with the program almost as long as them. I think I started full-time in 2003. And so the orchard you're standing in now is what we call our Highland Orchard. And if you were here this morning, this was the orchard that Dr. Pomper was talking about with the pruning as far as like central leader or minimally pruned, and then looking at different cultivars on different seedling rootstocks. And so that's the orchard you're out here in today. So this orchard again was planted in 2004. And so I guess that makes it 18 years. I actually helped plant this orchard, so that kind of shows how long I've been here. And so these would be really full, mature pawpaw trees. We were talking about, they're kind of like peaches. They may not be as longer lived as what some other fruit trees are. So originally when we put this planting in the back rows behind me and on the far end down here, we put peaches to serve as kind of a windbreak, because that's generally the reason our wind would come from. And you notice now there's no peaches there, and that's because this spring I took the last of the peaches out because we'd lost almost all of them to various diseases and old age. And so, they do live a little bit longer in peaches. But again, these trees are mature trees, and I can tell they're starting to slow down a little bit. And so I think I heard Sheri mention too, but I'll mention too, if you're walking around out in here with the fruit that's down, there's a lot of bees and wasps out in the orchard. So please be careful if you are walking out looking at stuff and then also, we have some fruit that's cracked. You heard Dr. Pomper and them talk about fruit cracking. So there's also bees and wasps in those trees too. And so you don't really want to be reaching your hand into the trees because you may be grabbing a bunch of wasps. I saw fruit that I took a picture, I think it had 16 bumblebees and 2 paper wasps in one fruit. And so again, this orchard originally was a pruning experiment and a seedling rootstock experiment. And so now that are done taking data on that, we've kind of transitioned it to other experiments that we do. So we talked about, we had a Phyllosticta experiment. And so if you look around these trees, you'll see black spots and holes in the leaves, and those are from Phyllosticta. And you also see some black spots on the fruit, and that's also Phyllosticta as well. And I had somebody earlier ask me, you'll see trees that have brightly colored flagging tapes in them. And so what those trees those were actually experimental trees from one of our students' thesis project. And so she was looking at, again, different treatments to try to prevent that Phyllosticta fungal and fruit spot. And one of the treatments we used this year, I know when we were taking the data and kind of looking at it, looked like one of them was kind of effective in preventing it, but we haven't run the statistics on it yet. And so I hate to say one way or the other whether that would really work or not, but we're hoping we can have at least some good control measures to help control this. So this, I think I probably mentioned, this planting is 2 main cultivars. And so the 2 main cultivars in it are sunflower and Susquehanna. And so if you look at the trees, there's actually some differences you can see in these cultivars. There's difference in fruit sizes, but the sunflower trees, if you look at them, they have a narrower leaf. So this tree kind of off behind me to the left here, that's a sunflower tree. And so it's got a longer, narrower leaf. And then the tree to my right over here is a Susquehanna tree. And you notice it's got kind of like wider, more quilted looking leaves. And so, and some of the cultivars, you can't actually see a difference in them. All of them, not all of them you can, but these 2 are enough that I can see differences in them. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about starting an orchard. And I know some of this we've talked about this morning, so some of this will kind of be review. But you want to select an area, preferably that has deep, well-drained soil. I know on this farm, that's kind of a stretch to do. Sometimes this is probably the best soil on the farm here. In our lower orchards, there's areas where we've just given up trying to plant trees because we have 10, 15 inches of topsoil and then it's a big limestone rock. And the trees just won't establish there. And if you have any kind of drought going on, those are the first trees that are going to get drought stressed. And so as much as possible, you want to avoid planting in rocky or thin soils. You'd like to avoid planting in frost pockets. Again, this is a good area up here because this is a fairly high elevation compared to the rest of our farm. The rest of it is down the hill. We have orchards down there as well. And you want to avoid those again because you don't want cool air pooling in those areas. We've had some spring frosts, And from a scientific standpoint, it was really, really interesting because you could look at the trees the morning after that frost, and there was a line on the trees. And so say like a line right here, everything below that was frost and burnt and dead, and everything above it was fine. And that's just where that cold air had cooled up to that level. It was just something really neat to see that drove the point home. Pawpaw is usually pretty good about missing the spring frost because it blooms for such a long period of time. You know, like apples or peaches or something, they're blooming for a week and they're done. Pawpaws will bloom for about 3 weeks. And so a lot of times, if you get a spring frost, there's still enough flowers on it that are a small enough stage that they're still fairly cold hardy that they'll survive that. The most sensitive part on them is the stigmatic surfaces when they're receptive, and so that can be pretty easily damaged from frost. But if the flowers are small, you know, if they're still small and fairly undeveloped, they're more frost tolerant. I will say last year, I think a lot of people had almost complete crop loss, and that was because we had a really early warm spring. And so I remember in mid-April, we had temperatures in the mid-80s, and so really unseasonably warm. And so the trees were about 2 weeks early. And I knew it was a problem because we always have a late spring frost here in Kentucky. And sure enough, about a week later, it got down, and it didn't just get down to frost temperature, it got down to freezing temperature. It got down to mid-20s. And so that completely wiped out the crop. We had maybe a 2 or 3% crop. And so again, and in these trees, you know, if we have marginal frost, these do a little bit better. And so we did have some late spring frost this year as well. And I can kind of tell the lower orchards had more flower damage and more fruit loss than what this upper orchard up here did, just because they're lower down the hill and they're getting more frost damage. So once you've got your site selected, we recommend, especially if you're planting organically, but even if you're planting conventionally, to get your weeds under control before you go in and plant. And there's a couple ways you can do that. You can either do it with repeated tillage, and that works well unless it's Johnson grass. If you've got a lot of Johnson grass, just going through and repeatedly tilling it, we'll just chop those roots up with the Johnson grass, and then they'll all just germinate and you'll have more Johnson grass. What I'll do is I will till it. Sometimes we'll come through with herbicide, or you can use solarization. It's not something we've tried, but we've have other people, you know, could have used solarization to help sterilize the soil, excuse me. So then once you do that, you want to drill your holes. Again, pawpaws are pretty strongly taprooted, and when we grow our trees, we're growing them in taller tree pots, and so usually those are deeper holes. And so when we're planting those, I'm either using like a handheld manual post hole digger, a gas-powered like auger, or a tractor auger if we're doing a lot. But usually it's a fairly deep hole. It's not like planting, you know, a berry or something like that where you're just going to dig a shallower hole. As far as planting time, we've been recommending spring. And so the 2 times that I would recommend for that is either after all the chances of frost have passed. And so that would be, you're getting into first week of May in this area of Kentucky to be safe, where you think all the frosts have gone. And that's if the trees are actively growing. So if you're going to plant before that, I would recommend you plant dormant trees, because what we did this year, we planted trees in the beginning, I think first, second week of April, and literally that night it frosted, and then literally the next night it froze. And so a lot of the trees made it through it. It burned all the foliage off of them. They were actively growing trees. They were in our greenhouses down there. And most of them survived it, but some of them did not. And so we've had a lot of people say that they've planted fall planted pawpaw and it worked well for them. And it's something that we had not recommended because we years ago had a bad experience with it. And so we decided, you know, this would be a good thing to really pin down. And so last year and this year, we started a new small orchard and we planted at 3 dates. And so we did one planting in early March, one planting in early June, and then one planting in November. And the reason I chose early June is because I said, you know, ideally we would plant in early May. Well, a lot of times it's really wet in this area of Kentucky in the spring. And so, if you have clay soils and you drill that hole in there, you get kind of like a glazed pot effect with that wet clay, and it just kind of makes a tube that the roots have trouble getting through. And so we don't want to plant when it's really, really wet like that. So you wait for it to dry out. Well, then by the time it dries out, it's June. And so then you're planting trees and it's 90 degrees outside, you know, and it's sun's beating down on them and they're not happy. And so for the last couple of years, we struggled. By the time we got the trees in, it was June. We had not great survival. We had about 30% mortality. And so we were like, we got to find a better way to do this. And so this year we got them planted early, but they were still actively growing, and it was early April, and they got frosted out. And so we thought, well, we're going to try fall planting. And so we planted some in the beginning of November, and those trees were dormant as well. And so this will be a study that will take data on for years, but I can tell you that at this point, all the November planted trees are still alive, all the early March dormant planted trees are still alive, and I've lost like 30% of the June trees so far. And so, based on that temporary data, I would say that, probably fall planting is okay. Again, I would want to see, we're going to look at it for a couple more years to make sure. But I can tell you that June planting is not a great idea. Those trees, when you looked at them, they had much worse transplant shock. Some of them like completely dropped all their leaves, like Dr. Pomper talked about, whereas the March and November trees looked fine. And so that's one thing to think about is when you're planting. You want to plant them when, again, they're at least 18 inches tall. If they're below that and you put them out, you need to put some kind of shade protection on them so they're not getting the full sun. They are forced understory trees, and so that's kind of what they're adapted for. But once they're old enough, they grow better and produce more fruit in full sun. And so, again, these trees are out in full sun. You see they're doing fine. So for your spacing, we have these trees on 8-foot spacing, and I think there's 18 feet between the rows is what we have. If you're planting them yourself, you can have them farther apart than that. We recommend no farther than 30 feet, and that's just from a pollination standpoint, because again, pawpaws are not pollinated by bees. So all these bees that are flying around here now, they weren't flying around out here in the spring. It's all like flies and beetles that are doing the pollinating, and they don't fly, half miles like bees do. So if you put your trees really far apart, it reduces the pollination. Now you'll probably still get some fruit, but that's not the best scenario. So the next thing, once you get your trees in, is weed control. And I know Dr. Pomper talked about this morning, but we need to make sure that we have good weed control. Even though pawpaws, and they grow in the understory and they form big patches, in low light and a lot of competition. So you think, well, they should do fine out here in full sun. They're not near the competition, but they don't compete well with grasses and weeds. And so it's something that you really do need to work on. And so you can do it a couple of different ways. Again, if you've just got a few trees, you can weed around them by hand. You can mulch them with either straw or wood chip mulch. And again, if you have other fruit trees, that's not something I'd recommend because you're in the risk of having like voles and rabbits come and chew on the trunks. Pawpaw doesn't have that problem because they have some bitter compounds that those animals don't like to chew on. So you can do that. Again, you can weed around them. If you're gonna weed eat, I recommend be really careful. Second, what Blake said is you have to be really careful around the trees, and we've had trees killed from that. With the amount of trees that we have, we use herbicide, and we've been told that anything that has cherimoya on the label, which is a pawpaw relative, is close enough that it's okay to use on pawpaw, at least for that. And so we actually use glyphosate is what we use. We don't apply it when the trees are blooming in the real early spring because we worry about that stigmatic surface being damaged. We haven't seen any evidence that it does, but it's just a concern we have. And then once it gets later in the year, there's pre-harvest intervals for everything. And so when you treat it with something, a lot of chemicals and products, so you can't harvest fruit for 10 days after that. And so when it gets kind of later in the year, closer to the fruit being ripe, we can quit applying, and then we switch back to applying herbicide, or I'm sorry, hand weeding or weed eater by that point. And even we have some smaller trees down there, and with those, even though we apply herbicide, I still actually have my students go around and hand weed a circle around those trees just so it's easier for me not to hit the trees with the herbicide. If you do hit the trees with the herbicide, it will damage them. Another thing is you want to make sure there's no root suckers where you're spraying. We found out that if you spray a tree with root suckers and those root suckers get sprayed, it'll take that herbicide through the root suckers and up into the parent tree, and the parent tree can show some damage. And so one of the things we always do before we spray herbicide is we'll come through with a string trimmer and take all those root suckers out a day or two before we're going to spray. And so some other methods you can use is flame cultivation. Some people that control organically will use flame cultivation. That's something that it hasn't worked real well with us. It's also something, again, you have to be careful about, because if you hit the trunks with the trees, you can damage the trees that way. Also, we noticed that as the hot air is coming off that torch and going up through the tree canopy, it will kill some of the leaves. And so and we did a study on that and found that it didn't work great, and you have a risk of damaging the tree. So it's not something I really recommend, but if you're an organic producer especially, that's a method that they'll use sometimes. For irrigation, the trees need about 1 inch of water a week of irrigation. So if they're not getting that from rain, you need to have supplemental irrigation in. You know, this is more important when the trees are small and newly planting. And so what we have here is trickle irrigation. And so you see I've got these lines are actually raised here. And the reason we've done that is a couple different reasons. One is that each tree has 2 trickle emitters. And so those emitters are 1 gallon per hour. And so they're not very high pressure. It's just a little dribble of water coming out. If these lines are laying on the ground, it's really easy for those emitters to get plugged with dirt. And so then you think you're irrigating, but you're really not irrigating. And so by having them up off the ground, especially the first time I fire it up for the year, I can walk through the orchards and make sure all those emitters are actually working. If not, I can pull it apart and clean it out or put a different emitter in. The other reason is to prevent damage. And so I mentioned that we still do weed eating through here. We still do mowing through here. And when we used to have this on the ground, we had a lot of problems with hitting this irrigation line with weed eaters and mowers. And so then you're coming back and repairing it, or, you know, you don't know you've hit it, and then you fire the irrigation up and you found you've cut a line and you got to shut it back off and hope you got parts to fix it. And so it's just been easier for us to have it up off the ground. You can also use a product called T-tape, which is a flat plastic ribbon that's got a hole in it every foot. And especially if the trees are bigger like these, you know, they've got enough feeder roots out that that's pretty effective. And that's more of a disposable product. So that's something you replace every year or two anyway. So if you're more of a backyard gardener and you just have a couple trees and you don't really want to run a hose out to that tree and have a soaker hose, a method that I've used at home for some of my trees that works really well is you take an old bucket and you drill a real small hole in it, like a 16th inch hole. You fill that bucket, like a 5 gallon bucket, up with water, and that water will then slowly trickle out of that bucket over several hours. And so that lets the water go down into the soil where the tree can get it, as opposed if you just dump that bucket out in the ground and it spreads out across the ground and, you know, and runs 10 foot down the hill where the tree really can't use it. And so that's a method you can use that if you don't want to run a hose out there and have a soaker hose to it or stand there and water it for a while, that works well. Fertilization, you know, once your trees are established, you should fertilize them every year. We use urea usually is what we use in this orchard because it's not organic. We have some trees in the organic area, and for that we use Nature Safe actually, which is a Kentucky product. So that's something you can use. So pruning, I know we've talked a little bit about pruning. Again, this was originally a pruning study. If you're going to minimally prune your trees, we still recommend that if you have any limbs that are crossing or rubbing, that those should be taken out. Something else that I would recommend you do is take out any branches with narrow crotch angles. And I think Dr. Pomper touched on this a little bit. But some trees, and Pawpaw is one of those trees, they want to have like narrow crotch angles. You know, and ideally you want like a 90-degree angle. That's the strongest one. So if you've got an angle like this, that's not nearly as strong as a junction. And so Bradford pear trees are kind of notorious for doing that too. And what happens is you get loads of fruit and you get a windstorm and those limbs snap out then. And so if you see a limb that's a really narrow angle, you can either get limb spreaders if it's a small limb and it's young, or if there's other limbs around it, you can remove those limbs and select for those. And so that's something I would recommend you do no matter what other pruning methods you want to use. We switched all these trees to the central leader method after we were done with the experiment itself, just because those trees are so much easier to take care of. And so you see these, you know, the limbs are, you know, 4 or 5 foot off the ground. So it's easier to get under those trees. The minimally pruned trees before we switched them over had limbs literally to the ground. And so if you're trying to harvest for those or weed eat or anything, it's really hard to deal with them. And so they're just much nicer minimally pruned. And so one of the other things that we've also done is we'll top the trees. And so you see these are still pretty tall, but what I've done is once they get to a height that I don't really want them to get much taller, we'll take out the central leader. And so Pawpaw is pretty strongly apically dominant, which it means it wants to have one growing point, so then it'll have another limb kind of take over. And for those of you that are kind of stand over on this side, if you see that tree back behind me that's kind of taller than the rest of them. So that's actually a tree that the original graft died, and we just let the rootstock go. That tree has never been pruned. And so that's about the height they can get if you don't prune them, as opposed to these other trees that we do prune. And you can see these are much more manageable for harvesting. That tree, you need to have a harvest ladder, and even then it's going to be pretty hard to get up there in the top of it. So as far as pests and diseases, again, some of this will be kind of review. Phylosticta is the biggest thing we deal with. And so it's not an issue unless it's causing fruit cracking, other than a cosmetic issue, but it can cause cracking. With the cracking, there's a genetic disposition for some of that, so some cultivars just tend to crack more than others. There's also bad years for cracking, and so this year actually turned out to be a bad year for cracking. So we have cultivars that normally wouldn't crack have had a lot of cracking, and I think what it was dry for a little while, and then we got a bunch of rain. And it's kind of like if you've grown tomatoes, and you know tomatoes, you know, about the time they're going to get ripe, and if you get a big rainstorm, they swell up and split open. It's the same thing with pawpaws. Well, once that fruit's split open, it's open for like insect disease or other insects to come in, molds, bacteria, and that fruit's going to rot pretty quickly. So that's not a fruit you can use or sell or eat or anything else. You've just lost that fruit. And so what Sheri and I have noticed in harvesting this year that there's been a lot of cracking. So we do have some Japanese beetles. They'll feed on the trees a little bit. It's not bad enough that they cause a lot of damage. And so we're kind of lucky in that standpoint. The Assimilid webworm that Blake mentioned earlier, I have never seen that here on our farm. And I'm really, really grateful, because I know another nursery guy, Cliff England, has a big problem with it at his nursery. And yes, it will kill trees. And I've seen people post pictures on Facebook groups of trees that have just been like the bark chewed off of them from that Assimilid webworm. So that can be a pretty serious pest. There's a pawpaw sphinx, and so if you've ever seen tomato hornworms, it looks really similar to that, and it's a relative of it, and they'll feed on pawpaws. I've seen maybe 10 of them in this orchard, and so something you might see, but they're not really destructive. Zebra swallowtail. And so, you know, zebra swallowtails, a lot of us look at as a good thing. I will say, if you have really small trees, the caterpillars and the butterflies really like to lay their eggs on young foliage. So if you have a small tree that's got young foliage on it, they'll be attracted to that. And a caterpillar can do a decent amount of damage to a young tree. And so if I see one on a young tree that I don't want it on, what I'll do is actually just pick it off the tree and put it on a bigger tree and let it go. But if you're just starting your trees, they can cause enough damage to be a serious pest. But once your tree gets fairly large, they're fine. Asian ambrosia beetle is, again, something that we see occasionally. Actually, last year was a pretty bad year for Asian ambrosia beetle. We saw some in our persimmon trees. We have some persimmon trees in this orchard as well. And we saw some in that. If your trees get infected with that, the only thing you can do is remove them and destroy them, because the tree is going to die no matter what. And if you leave it there, it's just a source of infestation for other trees around you. I'm trying to think what else I've missed on that. So deer. Deer won't eat pawpaws unless there's really nothing else to eat. So we have a ton of deer on our farm out here, and they don't really come up here and browse, but like Blake said, they love to rub their antlers on trees. And so we have especially younger ones. And so down in our lower orchards, where we've got trees that are like 3 to 5 years old, they destroyed them last year. They probably damaged a quarter of the trees. And some of them, yeah, they just completely snapped off. Sometimes the tree will survive. And so they're hard to keep out, especially with the number of trees we have. And so, you know, for us, it's not really feasible to have like a chicken wire tube around every tree. And so I've tried electric fence. That will discourage them, you know, but it's really hard to keep them out if they want in. And so that's probably one of the most destructive things we face here is deer. We do see pawpaw peduncle borer here, and it's more of an issue for us in the fruit. Most years we don't see more than like a 3% fruit infestation rate. And so it's not like we're going to lose total crops to it. If you have a young tree and they burrow into the trunk of the tree, that can kill them. We do see them in the flowers. but we have enough flowers that we've never like lost a crop to split uncle borer. But that definitely is something that we see out here. So southwest injury, I'll talk about a little bit again. And so you notice these trunks are painted white. And again, that's actually a physical damage. That's not a disease, it's a physical damage. And again, what happens is when you have a sunny, warm winter day, the sun shines on the south side of the trunk, the bark is kind of dark, it warms up, the tree loses its cold hardiness, the sap starts to flow through it. So then the sun goes down, temperatures goes back below freezing, and the trees can lose their hardiness faster than they can get it back. And so when it warms up that day, they've lost some of their cold hardiness. And then when it freezes at night, they can't get it back fast enough. And so all the fluids in the trunk on that side freeze, and that will kill the tissue. And if it's really bad, it can split the trunk open right then. So last year, I've talked to some people, we had really, really bad freezes this year. We had some trees that within like a couple days, literally the bark just peeled off of half the tree. Usually what happens is it's more gradual, and you'll finally, like after a couple of years, see a fissure in the bark, and then that'll open up. But yeah, our older orchards down the hill, if you walk through those, you look at the north side of the trunk, they all look fine. If you look at the south side of the trunk, they're all dead. And so once we finally figured out what was going on with that, we started painting the trunks. And so some other crops, you'll paint them white to deter some pests. That's not why we do it with pawpaw. It's strictly to prevent the winter injury. And so again, it's latex paint, 50-50. I've actually used outdoor latex paint. I know Blake didn't recommend that, but I've seen other sources recommend that. That's what I've been using since we started doing it. I actually use like the cheapest barn and fence paint I can find. I've not had any issues with it, and so in my experience, that's been fine. And then you want to go through and paint those trees in the fall before you really get into freezing conditions. And initially we were hoping that we were just going to have to do it every couple years, but I found really we have to do it every year. So these trees you see here, you can see the paint's on there, but they're not still bright white like they were when we painted them. And I did these last winter. And so it's just something that we've got to do every winter now. If you've got a couple trees, again, you can do it with a paintbrush. With as many as we have, I've actually got like a trailer I have with a generator and airless sprayer that I go through. But if you've got pawpaw trees, it's something I would definitely recommend you do. And we start painting them once they get about 2 inches in diameter. Once the trunks get that big, that's when we'll start painting them. So I had some questions, people asking about either renovating pawpaw patches, going in and adding cultivars to patches. And so I thought I'd talk a little bit about that out here. So if you've got a seedling tree, or you've just got an old cultivar that doesn't have the best quality fruit on it, and you want to change to something else, there is a grafting technique you can use with adult-sized trees that's called bark inlay. And so the benefit to that is if you get that graft to take, you've got this huge root system to push growth into that graft. And so if I grafted a tree in the greenhouse and I got like 10 inches of growth out of it that year, I'd consider that pretty good. With trees, I bark inlaid some trees last year out here, and this year they're taller than I am. It's because you've got that big root system to push it. And so essentially what you do is you would cut that tree off, and then you make a vertical cut on the side of the bark, peel the bark back, and you stick whatever signwood you wanted in there and secure that. That heals in and grows up, and again, with that big huge root system, you can get literally feet of growth a year out of it. And so we've actually done some of that with some of the trees in here. But again, if you've got wild patches and you're wanting to go through and put either some cultivars in it for cross-pollination or for better quality fruit, that's a method you could use with like fairly large trunks. And then again, you've got some more energy to put into it. Or if you've got, say, a cultivar that just doesn't have great fruit on it, some of the older cultivars just aren't that good fruit quality-wise. And so you might want to change them over to a newer one. So that's a technique you can use for that. It's called bark inlay. And I think we've got a YouTube video on it, actually. So I think that's mostly what I have for you today. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer any questions for you. But I think that's about my time and what I have for you today.
We have a question from our virtual audience. They want to know, how many times per week do you irrigate the trees?
So the question was, how many times a week do we irrigate the trees? And part of that depends on how much rainfall we're getting. So if we're getting an inch a week, we don't irrigate at all. If I need to irrigate, I'm irrigating 2 or 3 times a week. Again, we're on city water here, and so I irrigate just during business hours because we worry about, one of these lines coming apart or something, and then if it runs overnight, we've got a bunch of water run out. And so you just want to irrigate enough to keep the soil moist. They like moist soil, and so if you're, irrigating twice a week and you notice the soil is still pretty dry around them, especially, an inch or 2 under the surface, then you want to increase your irrigation rate and probably the amount. Does anybody else have any questions?
I noticed that most of the trees are single trunk, but every now and again I'll see one where there's a bunch together like you see out in the wild. Is there a reason that you're doing them one way and the other way?
Yeah, so the question was that some of the trees in here are single trunk, and then some of them are multi-stem, and he wanted to ask if there was a reason for that. And there's a couple different reasons for that, actually. Some of them are where the original tree died, and we've just let some root suckers come up with the thought that we might go in and bark inlay those trees or top work them to replace them with the cultivar. And then actually a couple of the plants in here are actually hybrids with some of the subtropical Asimines. And so though all the subtropical Asimines are more shrub-like, and so those just by their growth habit are more bush-like and shrubby, and so we've kind of just let them grow that way. But most of those aren't getting fruit on them. We aren't collecting any kind of fruit off of them right now. Any other questions? Okay, well, if there's no more questions, I'd like to thank you all for coming out to our third Thursday today. I think I'm the last one on the agenda, and so we appreciate you coming out and seeing us and taking a tour with us today. Thank you.